Chapter 28 of Little Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Monocchia. Little Women by Louisa May Alcott. Chapter 28. Domestic Experiences. Like most other young matrons, Meg began her married life with the determination to be a model housekeeper. John should find home a paradise. He should always see a smiling face, should fare sumptuously every day, and never know the loss of a button. She brought so much love, energy, and cheerfulness to the work that she could not but succeed, in spite of some obstacles. Her paradise was not a tranquil one, for the little woman was over-anxious to please, and bustled about like a true Martha, cumbered with many cares. She was too tired, sometimes, even to smile. John grew dyspeptic after a course of dainty dishes, and ungratefully demanded plain fare. As for buttons, she soon learned to wonder where they went, to shake her head over the carelessness of men, and to threaten to make him sew them on himself, and see if his work would stand impatient and clumsy fingers any better than hers. They were very happy, even after they discovered that they couldn't live on love alone. John did not find Meg's beauty diminished, though she beamed at him from behind the familiar coffee-pot. Nor did Meg miss any of the romance from the daily parting, when her husband followed up his kiss with the tender inquiry, "Shall I send some veal or mutton for dinner, darling?" The little house ceased to be a glorified bower, but it became a home, and the young people soon felt that it was a change for the better. At first they played keep house, and frolicked over it like children. Then John took steadily to business, feeling the cares of the head of a family upon his shoulders, and Meg, laid by her cambric wrappers, put on a big apron and fell to work, as before said, with more energy than discretion. While the cooking mania lasted, she went through Mrs. Cornelius's receipt book as if it were a mathematical exercise, working out the problems with patience and care. Sometimes her family were invited in to help eat up a too bounteous feast of successes, or Lottie would be privately dispatched with a batch of failures, which were to be concealed from all eyes in the convenient stomachs of the little Hummels. An evening with John over the account books usually produced a temporary lull in the culinary enthusiasm, and a frugal fit would ensue, during which the poor man was put through a course of bread pudding, hash, and warmed-over coffee, which tried his soul, although he bore it with praiseworthy fortitude. Before the golden mean was found, however, Meg added to her domestic possessions what young couples seldom get along without, a family jar. Fired with a housewifely wish to see her storeroom stocked with homemade preserves, she undertook to put up her own currant jelly. John was requested to order home a dozen or so of little pots and an extra quantity of sugar, for their own currants were ripe, and were to be attended to at once. As John firmly believed that "my wife" was equal to anything, and took a natural pride in her skill, he resolved that she should be gratified, and their only crop of fruit laid by in a most pleasing form for winter use. Home came 4 dozen delightful little pots, half a barrel of sugar, and a small boy to pick the currants for her. With her pretty hair tucked into a little cap, arms bared to the elbow, and a checked apron which had a coquettish look in spite of the bib, the young housewife fell to work, feeling no doubts about her success, for hadn't she seen Hannah do it hundreds of times? The array of pots rather amazed her at first, but John was so fond of jelly, and the nice little jars would look so well on the top shelf, that Meg resolved to fill them all, and spent a long day picking, boiling, straining, and fussing over her jelly. She did her best. She asked advice of Mrs. Cornelius. She racked her brain to remember what Hannah did that she left undone. She reboiled, resugared, and restrained, but that dreadful stuff wouldn't gel. She longed to run home, bib and all, and ask Mother to lend her a hand. But John and she had agreed that they would never annoy anyone with their private worries, experiments, or quarrels. They had laughed over that last word as if the idea it suggested was a most preposterous one. But they had held to their resolve, and whenever they could get on without help they did so, and no one interfered, for Mrs. March had advised the plan. So Meg wrestled alone with the refractory sweetmeats all that hot summer day, and at 5 o'clock sat down in her topsy-turvy kitchen, wrung her bedaubed hands, lifted up her voice, and wept. Now in the first flush of the new life, she had often said, "My husband shall always feel free to bring a friend home whenever he likes. I shall always be prepared. There shall be no flurry, no scolding, no discomfort, but a neat house, a cheerful wife, and a good dinner. John dear, never stop to ask my leave. Invite whom you please, and be sure of a welcome from me." How charming that was, to be sure! John quite glowed with pride to hear her say it, and felt what a blessed thing it was to have a superior wife. But although they had had company from time to time, it never happened to be unexpected, and Meg had never had an opportunity to distinguish herself till now. It always happens so in this vale of tears. There is an inevitability about such things which we can only wonder at, deplore, and bear as best we can. If John had not forgotten all about the jelly, it really would have been unpardonable in him to choose that day, of all the days in the year, to bring a friend home to dinner unexpectedly. Congratulating himself that a handsome repast had been ordered that morning, feeling sure that it would be ready to the minute, and indulging in pleasant anticipations of the charming effect it would produce, when his pretty wife came running out to meet him, he escorted his friend to his mansion, with irrepressible satisfaction of a young host and husband. It is a world of disappointments, as John discovered when he reached the Dovecot. The front door usually stood hospitably open. Now it was not only shut, but locked, and yesterday's mud still adorned the steps. The parlor windows were closed and curtained. No picture of the pretty wife sewing on the piazza, in white, with a distracting little bow in her hair, or a bright-eyed hostess, smiling a shy welcome as she greeted her guest. Nothing of the sort, for not a soul appeared but a sanguinary-looking boy asleep under the currant bushes. "I'm afraid something has happened. Step into the garden, Scott, while I look up Mrs. Brooke," said John, alarmed at the silence and solitude. Round the house he turned, led by a pungent smell of burned sugar, and Mr. Scott strolled after him, with a queer look on his face. He paused discreetly at a distance when Brooke disappeared, but he could both see and hear, and being a bachelor, enjoyed the prospect mightily. In the kitchen reigned confusion and despair. One edition of jelly was trickled from pot to pot, another lay upon the floor, and a third was burning gaily on the stove. Lottie, with Teutonic phlegm, was calmly eating bread and currant wine, for the jelly was still in a hopelessly liquid state, while Mrs. Brooke, with her apron over her head, sat sobbing dismally. "My dearest girl, what is the matter?" cried John, rushing in, with awful visions of scalded hands, sudden news of affliction, and secret consternation at the thought of the guest in the garden. "Oh, John, I am so tired and hot, and cross and worried. I've been at it till I'm all worn out. Do come and help me, or I shall die." And the exhausted wife cast herself upon his breast, giving him a sweet welcome in every sense of the word, for her pinafore had been baptized at the same time as the floor. "What worries you, dear? Has anything dreadful happened?" asked the anxious John, tenderly kissing the crown of the little cap, which was all askew. "Yes," sobbed Meg despairingly. "Tell me quick, then. Don't cry. I can bear anything better than that. Out with it, love." The jelly won't gel, and I don't know what to do." John Brooke laughed then as he never dared to laugh afterward, and the derisive Scot smiled involuntarily as he heard the hearty peal, which put the finishing stroke to poor Meg's woe. "Is that all? Fling it out the window, and don't bother any more about it. I'll buy you quarts if you want it. But for heaven's sake don't have hysterics, for I've brought Jack Scott home to dinner, and—" John got no further, for Meg cast him off and clasped her hands, with a tragic gesture, as she fell into a chair, exclaiming in a tone of mingled indignation, reproach, and dismay, "A man to dinner, and everything in a mess! John Brooke, how could you do such a thing?" "Hush, he's in the garden. I forgot the confounded jelly, but it can't be helped now," said John, surveying the prospect with an anxious eye. "You ought to have sent word, or told me this morning, and you ought to have remembered how busy I was," continued Meg petulantly, for even turtle doves will peck when ruffled. "I didn't know it this morning, and there was no time to send word, for I met him on the way out. I never thought of asking leave, when you have always told me to do as I liked. I never tried it before, and hang me if I ever do again," added John, with an aggrieved air. "I should hope not! Take him away at once. I can't see him, and there isn't any dinner." "Well, I like that! Where's the beef and vegetables I sent home, and the pudding you promised?" cried John, rushing to the larder. "I hadn't time to cook anything. I meant to dine at Mother's. I'm sorry, but I was so busy," and Meg's tears began again. John was a mild man, but he was human, and after a long day's work to come home tired, hungry, and hopeful, to find a chaotic house, an empty table, and a cross wife, was not exactly conducive to repose of mind or matter. He restrained himself, however, and the little squall would have blown over but for one unlucky word. "It's a scrape, I acknowledge, but if you will lend a hand, we'll pull through and have a good time yet. Don't cry, dear, but just exert yourself a bit, and fix us up something to eat. We're both as hungry as hunters, so we shan't mind what it is. Give us the cold meat and bread and cheese. We won't ask for jelly." He meant it to be a good-natured joke, but that one word sealed his fate. Meg thought it was too cruel to hint about her sad failure, and the last atom of patience vanished as he spoke. "You must get yourself out of this scrape as you can. I'm too used up to exert myself for anyone. It's like a man to propose a bone and vulgar bread and cheese for company. I won't have anything of the sort in my house. Take that Scot up to Mother's, and tell him I'm away and sick, dead, anything. I won't see him, and you two can laugh at me and my jelly as much as you like. You won't have anything else here." And having delivered her defiance all on one breath, Meg cast away her pinafore, and precipitately left the field to bemoan herself in her own room. What those two creatures did in her absence she never knew, but Mr. Scott was not taken up to Mother's, and when Meg descended after they had strolled away together, she found traces of a promiscuous lunch which filled her with horror. Lottie reported that they had eaten much and greatly laughed, and the master bid her throw away all the sweet stuff and hide the pots. Meg longed to go and tell Mother, but a sense of shame at her own shortcomings of loyalty to John, who might be cruel but nobody should know it, restrained her, and after a summary cleaning up, she dressed herself prettily and sat down to wait for John to come and be forgiven. Unfortunately, John didn't come, not seeing the matter in that light. He had carried it off as a good joke with Scott, excused his little wife as well as he could, and played the host so hospitably that his friend enjoyed the impromptu dinner and promised to come again. But John was angry, though he did not show it. He felt that Meg had deserted him in his hour of need. It wasn't fair to tell a man to bring folks home any time, with perfect freedom, and when he took you at your word to flame up and blame him, and leave him in the lurch, to be laughed at or pitied. No, by George, it wasn't, and Meg must know it. He had fumed inwardly during the feast, but when the flurry was over and he strolled home after seeing Scott off, a milder mood came over him. Poor little thing! It was hard upon her when she tried so heartily to please me. She was wrong, of course, but then she was young. I must be patient and teach her. He hoped she had not gone home. He hated gossip and interference. For a minute he was ruffled again at the mere thought of it, and then the fear that Meg would cry herself sick softened his heart, and sent him on at a quicker pace, resolving to be calm and kind, but firm, quite firm, and show her where she had failed in her duty to her spouse. Meg likewise resolved to be calm and kind but firm, and show him his duty. She longed to run to meet him and beg pardon, and be kissed and comforted, as she was sure of being, but of course she did nothing of the sort, and when she saw John coming, began to hum quite naturally, as she rocked and sewed like a lady of leisure in her best parlour. John was a little disappointed not to find a tender Niobe, but feeling that his dignity demanded the first apology, he made none, only came leisurely in and laid himself upon the sofa with the singularly relevant remark, "We are going to have a new moon, my dear." "I have no objection," was Meg's equally soothing remark. A few other topics of general interest were introduced by Mr. Brooke and wet-blanketed by Mrs. Brooke, and conversation languished. John went to one window, unfolded his paper, and wrapped himself in it, figuratively speaking. Meg went to the other window, and sewed as if new rosettes for slippers were among the necessaries of life. Neither spoke. Both looked quite calm and firm, and both felt desperately uncomfortable. "Oh dear," thought Meg, "married life is very trying, and does need infinite patience as well as love, as Mother says." The word mother suggested other maternal counsels given long ago, and received with unbelieving protests. John is a good man, but he has his faults, and you must learn to see and bear with them, remembering your own. He is very decided, but never will be obstinate, if you reason kindly, not oppose impatiently. He is very accurate and particular about the truth, a good trait, though you call him fussy. Never deceive him by look or word, Meg, and he will give you the confidence you deserve, the support you need. He has a temper not like ours, one flash, and then all over, but the white, still anger that is seldom stirred, but once kindled is hard to quench. Be careful, be very careful, not to wake his anger against yourself, for peace and happiness depend on keeping his respect. Watch yourself, be the first to ask pardon if you both err, and guard against the little piques, misunderstandings, and hasty words that often pave the way for bitter sorrow and regret. These words came back to Meg, as she sat sewing in the sunset, especially the last. This was the first serious disagreement. Her own hasty speeches sounded both silly and unkind. As she recalled them, her own anger looked childish now, and thoughts of poor John coming home to such a scene quite melted her heart. She glanced at him with tears in her eyes, but he did not see them. She put down her work and got up, thinking, "I'll be the first to say, 'Forgive me,'" but he did not seem to hear her. She went very slowly across the room, for pride was hard to swallow, and stood by him, but he did not turn his head. For a minute she felt as if she really couldn't do it. Then came the thought, "This is the beginning. I'll do my part, and have nothing to reproach myself with." And stooping down, she softly kissed her husband on the forehead. Of course that settled it. The penitent's kiss was better than a world of words, and John had her on his knee in a minute, saying tenderly, "It was too bad to laugh at the poor little jelly pots. Forgive me, my dear, I will never do it again." But he did, oh bless you, yes, hundreds of times, and so did Meg, both declaring that it was the sweetest jelly they ever made, for family peace was preserved in that little family jar. After this, Meg had Mr. Scott to dinner by special invitation, and served him up a pleasant feast, without a cooked wife for the first course, on which occasion she was so gay and gracious, and made everything go off so charmingly, that Mr. Scott told John he was a lucky fellow, and shook his head over the hardships of bachelorhood all the way home. In the autumn, new trials and experiences came to Meg. Sally Moffat renewed her friendship, was always running out for a dish of gossip at the little house, or inviting that poor dear to come in and spend the day at the big house. It was pleasant, for in dull weather Meg often felt lonely. All were busy at home, John absent till night, and nothing to do but sew, or read, or potter about. So it naturally fell out that Meg got into the way of gadding and gossiping with her friend. Seeing Sally's pretty things made her long for such, and pity herself because she had not got them. Sally was very kind, and often offered her the coveted trifles, but Meg declined them, knowing that John wouldn't like it. And then this foolish little woman went and did what John disliked even worse. She knew her husband's income, and she loved to feel that he trusted her, not only with his happiness, but what some men seem to value more, his money. She knew where it was free to take what she liked, and all he asked was that she should keep account of every penny, pay bills once a month, and remember that she was a poor man's wife. Till now she had done well, been prudent and exact, kept her little account books read neatly, and showed them to him monthly without fear. But that autumn the serpent got into Meg's paradise, and tempted her like a many modern Eve, not with apples, but with dress. Meg didn't like to be pitied and made to feel poor. It irritated her, but she was ashamed to confess it, and now and then she tried to console herself by buying something pretty, so that Sally needn't think she had to economize. She always felt wicked after it, for the pretty things were seldom necessaries, but then they cost so little, it wasn't worth worrying about, so the trifles increased unconsciously, and in the shopping excursions she was no longer a passive looker-on. But the trifles cost more than one could imagine, and when she cast up her accounts at the end of the month the sum total rather scared her. John was busy that month, and left the bills to her. The next month he was absent, but the third he had a grand quarterly settling up, and Meg never forgot it. A few days before she had done a dreadful thing, and it weighed upon her conscience. Sally had been buying silks, and Meg longed for a new one, just a handsome light one for parties, for black silk was so common, and thin things for evening wear were only proper for girls. Aunt March usually gave the sisters a present of $25 apiece at New Year's. That was only a month to wait, and here was a lovely violet silk going at a bargain, and she had the money, if she only dared to take it. John always said what was his was hers, but would he think it right to spend not only the prospective 25, but another 25 out of the household fund? That was the question. Sally had urged her to do it, had offered to lend the money, and with the best intentions in life had tempted Meg beyond her strength. In an evil moment the shopman held up the lovely shimmering folds and said, "A bargain, I assure you, ma'am." She answered, "I'll take it," and it was cut off and paid for, and Sally had exulted and she had laughed as if it were a thing of no consequence, and driven away, feeling as if she had stolen something, and the police were after her. When she got home she tried to assuage the pangs of remorse by spreading forth the lovely silk, but it looked less silvery now, didn't become her. After all, the words $50 seemed stamped like a pattern down each breadth. She put it away, but it haunted her, not delightfully as a new dress should, but dreadfully, like the ghost of a folly that was not easily laid. When John got out his books that night, Meg's heart sank, and for the first time in her married life she was afraid of her husband. The kind brown eyes looked as if they could be stern, and though he was unusually merry, she fancied he had found her out, but didn't mean to let her know it. The house bills were all paid, the books all in order. John had praised her, and was undoing the old pocket-book which they called the bank, when Meg, knowing that it was quite empty, stopped his hand, saying nervously, "You haven't seen my private expense book yet." John never asked to see it, but she always insisted on his doing so, and used to enjoy his masculine amazement at the queer things women wanted, and made him guess what piping was, demand fiercely the meaning of a hug me tight, or wonder how a little thing composed of 3 rosebuds, a bit of velvet, and a pair of strings could possibly be a bonnet, and cost $6. That night he looked as if he would like the fun of quizzing her figures and pretending to be horrified at her extravagance, as he often did, being particularly proud of his prudent wife. The little book was brought slowly out and laid down before him. Meg got behind his chair under pretense of smoothing the wrinkles out of his tired forehead, and standing there, she said, with her panic increasing with every word, "John dear, I'm ashamed to show you my book, for I've really been dreadfully extravagant lately. I go about so much I must have things, you know, and Sally advised my getting it, so I did, and my New Year's money will partly pay for it, but I was sorry after I had done it, for I knew you'd think it wrong in me." John laughed and drew her round beside him, saying good-humouredly, "Don't go and hide. I won't beat you if you have got a pair of killing boots. I'm rather proud of my wife's feet, and don't mind if she does pay $8 or $9 for her boots, if they are good ones." That had been one of her last trifles, and John's eye had fallen on it as he spoke. "Oh, what will he say when he comes to that awful $50, thought Meg with a shiver. "It's worse than boots. It's a silk dress," she said, with the calmness of desperation, for she wanted the worst over. "Well, dear, what is the dem total, as Mr. Mantalini says?" That didn't sound like John, and she knew he was looking up at her with the straightforward look that she had always been ready to meet and answer with one as frank till now. She turned the page and her head at the same time, pointing to the sum which would have been bad enough without the 50, but which was appalling to her with that added. For a minute the room was very still. Then John said slowly, but she could feel it cost him an effort to express no displeasure, "Well, I don't know that 50 is much for a dress, with all the furbelows and notions you have to finish it off these days." "It isn't made or trimmed," sighed Meg faintly, for a sudden recollection of the cost still to be incurred quite overwhelmed her. 25 yards of silk seems a good deal to cover one small woman, but I've no doubt my wife will look as fine as Ned Moffat's when she gets it on," said John dryly. "I know you are angry, John, but I can't help it. I don't mean to waste your money, and I didn't think those little things would count up so. I can't resist them when I see Sally buying all she wants, and pitying me because I don't. I try to be contented, but it is hard, and I'm tired of being poor." The last words were spoken so low she thought he did not hear them, but he did, and they wounded him deeply, for he had denied himself many pleasures for Meg's sake. She could have bitten her tongue out the minute she had said it, for John pushed the books away and got up, saying with a little quiver in his voice, I was afraid of this. I do my best, Meg. If he had scolded her, or even shaken her, it would not have broken her heart like those few words. She ran to him and held him close, crying with repentant tears. "Oh, John, my dear, kind, hard-working boy, I didn't mean it. It was so wicked, so untrue and ungrateful. How could I say it? Oh, how could I say it?" He was very kind, forgave her readily, and did not utter one reproach. But Meg knew that she had done and said a thing which would not be forgotten soon, although he might never allude to it again. She had promised to love him for better or worse, and then she, his wife, had reproached him with his poverty after spending his earnings recklessly. It was dreadful, and the worst of it was, John went on so quietly afterward, just as if nothing had happened, except that he stayed in town later, and worked at night when she had gone to cry herself to sleep. A week of remorse nearly made Meg sick, and the discovery that John had countermanded the order for his new greatcoat reduced her to a state of despair which was pathetic to behold. He had simply said in answer to her surprised inquiries as to the change, "I can't afford it, my dear." Meg said no more, but a few minutes after he found her in the hall with her face buried in the old greatcoat, crying as if her heart would break. They had a long talk that night, and Meg learned to love her husband better for his poverty, because it seemed to have made a man of him, given him the strength and courage to fight his own way, and taught him a tender patience with which to bear and comfort the natural longings and failures of those he loved. Next day she put her pride in her pocket, went to Sally, told the truth, and asked her to buy the silk as a favour. The good-natured Mrs. Moffat willingly did so, and had the delicacy not to make her a present of it immediately afterward. Then Meg ordered home the greatcoat, and when John arrived she put it on, and asked him how he liked her new silk gown. One can imagine what answer he made, how he received his present, and what a blissful state of things ensued. John came home early, Meg gadded no more, and that greatcoat was put on in the morning by a very happy husband, and taken off at night by a most devoted little wife. So the year rolled round, and at midsummer there came to Meg a new experience, the deepest and tenderest of a woman's life. Laurie came sneaking into the kitchen of the Dovecote one Saturday with an excited face, and was received with a clash of cymbals, for Hannah clapped her hands with a saucepan in one and the cover in the other. "How's the little mamma? Where is everybody? Why didn't you tell me before I came home?" began Laurie in a loud whisper. "Happy as a queen, the dear. Every soul of 'em is upstairs worshipping. We didn't want no hurricanes round. Now you go into the parlor and I'll send 'em down to you." With which somewhat involved reply Hannah vanished, chuckling ecstatically. Presently Joe appeared, proudly bearing a flannel bundle laid forth upon a large pillow. Joe's face was very sober, but her eyes twinkled, and there was an odd sound in her voice of repressed emotion of some sort. "Shut your eyes and hold out your arms," she said invitingly. Laurie backed precipitately into a corner, and put his hands behind him with an imploring gesture. "No, thank you. I'd rather not. I shall drop it or smash it, as sure as fate." "Then you shan't see your nevy," said Joe decidedly, turning as if to go. I will, only you must be responsible for damages." And obeying orders, Laurie heroically shut his eyes while something was put into his arms. A peal of laughter from Joe, Amy, Mrs. March, Hannah, and John caused him to open them the next minute, to find himself invested with 2 babies instead of 1. No wonder they laughed, for the expression of his face was droll enough to convulse a Quaker, as he stood and stared wildly from the unconscious innocents to the hilarious spectators with such dismay that Joe sat down on the floor and screamed. "Twins, by Jupiter!" was all he said for a minute. Then turning to the woman with an appealing look that was comically piteous, he said, "Take 'em quick, somebody! I'm going to laugh, and I shall drop 'em." Joe rescued his babies, and marched up and down with one on each arm, as if already initiated with mysteries of baby tending, while Laurie laughed till the tears ran down his cheeks. "It's the best joke of the season, isn't it? I wouldn't have told you, for I set my heart on surprising you, and I flatter myself I've done it," said Joe, when she got her breath. "I never was more staggered in my life. Isn't it fun? Are they boys? What are you going to name them? Let's have another look. Hold me up, Joe, for upon my life it's one too many for me," returned Laurie, regarding the infants with the air of a big, benevolent Newfoundland looking at a pair of infantile kittens. "Boy and girl, aren't they beauties?" said the proud papa, beaming upon the little red squirmers as if they were unfledged angels. "Most remarkable children I ever saw. Which is which?" And Laurie bent like a well sweep to examine the prodigies. Amy put a blue ribbon on the boy and a pink on the girl, French fashion, so you can always tell. Besides, one has blue eyes and one brown. Kiss them, Uncle Teddy, said Wicked Joe. I'm afraid they mightn't like it, began Laurie with unusual timidity in such matters. Of course they will. They are used to it now. Do it this minute, sir, commanded Joe, fearing he might propose a proxy. Laurie screwed up his face and obeyed with a gingerly peck at each little cheek that produced another laugh and made the babies squeal. There, I knew they didn't like it. That's the boy. See him kick? He hits out with his fist like a good one. Now then, young Brooke, pitch into a man of your own size, will you? Cried Laurie, delighted with a poke in the face from a tiny fist, flapping aimlessly about. He's to be named John Lawrence, and the girl Margaret, after mother and grandmother. We shall call her Daisy, so as to not have two Megs, and I suppose the Manny will be Jack, unless we find a better name, said Amy, with aunt-like interest. Name him Demi-John and call him Demi for short, said Laurie. Daisy and Demi, just the thing! I knew Teddy would do it, cried Joe, clapping her hands. Teddy certainly had done it that time, for the babies were Daisy and Demi to the end of the chapter. End of chapter 28. Recording by Catherine Monocchia.
Chapter 6 of La Dame aux Camélias. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read in French by Maria Tafidis. La Dame aux Camélias by Alexandre Dumas-Fils. Chapter 6. Je trouvai Armand dans son lit. En me voyant, il me tendit sa main brûlante. « Vous avez la fièvre, lui dis-je. »« Ce ne sera rien. La fatigue d'un voyage rapide, voilà tout. »« Vous venez de chez la sœur de Marguerite ?»« Oui, qui vous l'a dit ?»« Je le sais, et vous avez obtenu ce que vous vouliez. » Oui, encore. Mais qui vous a informé du voyage et du but que j'avais en le faisant? Le jardinier du cimetière. Vous avez vu la tombe? C'est à peine si j'osais répondre, car le ton de cette phrase me prouvait que celui qui me l'avait dite était toujours en proie à l'émotion dont j'avais été le témoin, et que chaque fois que sa pensée ou la parole d'un autre le reporterait sur ce douloureux sujet, pendant longtemps encore cette émotion trahirait sa volonté. Je me contentai donc de répondre par un signe de tête. « Il en a eu bien soin, » continua Armand. Deux grosses larmes roulèrent sur les joues du malade qui détourna la tête pour me les cacher. J'eus l'air de ne pas les voir et j'essayai de changer la conversation. « Voilà 3 semaines que vous êtes parti, » lui dis-je. Armand passa la main sur ses yeux et me répondit. 3 semaines juste. Votre voyage a été long. Oh, je n'ai pas toujours voyagé. J'étais malade 15 jours, sans quoi je fusse revenu depuis longtemps. Mais à peine arrivé là-bas, la fièvre m'a pris, et j'étais forcée de garder la chambre. Vous êtes reparti sans être bien guéri. Si j'étais resté 8 jours de plus dans ce pays, j'y serais mort. Mais maintenant que vous voilà de retour, il faut vous soigner. Vos amis viendront vous voir. Moi tout le premier, si vous me le permettez. Dans 2 heures, je me lèverai. Quelle imprudence! Il le faut. Qu'avez-vous donc à faire de si pressé? Il faut que j'aille chez le commissaire de police. Pourquoi ne chargez-vous pas quelqu'un de cette mission qui peut vous rendre plus malade encore? C'est la seule chose qui puisse me guérir. Il faut que je la voie. Depuis que j'ai appris sa mort, et surtout depuis que j'ai vu sa tombe, je ne dors plus. Je ne peux pas me figurer que cette femme que j'ai quittée si jeune et si belle est morte. Il faut que je m'en assure par moi-même. Il faut que je voie ce que Dieu a fait de cet être que j'ai tant aimé. Et peut-être le dégoût du spectacle remplacera-t-il le désespoir du souvenir. Vous m'accompagnerez, n'est-ce pas? Si cela ne vous ennuie pas trop. Que vous a dit sa sœur? Rien. Elle a paru fort étonnée qu'un étranger voulût acheter un terrain et faire une tombe à Marguerite. Et elle m'a signé tout de suite l'autorisation que je lui demandais. Croyez-moi, attendez pour cette translation que vous soyez bien guéri. Oh, je serais fort, soyez tranquille. D'ailleurs, je deviendrais fou si je n'en finissais au plus vite avec cette résolution dont l'accomplissement est devenu un besoin de ma douleur. Je vous jure que je ne puis être calme que lorsque j'aurai vu Marguerite. C'est peut-être une soif de la fièvre qui me brûle, un rêve de mes insomnies, un résultat de mon délire. Mais dussé-je me faire trappiste comme M. de Rancé après avoir vu, je verrai. Je comprends cela, dis-je à Armand, et je suis tout à vous. Avez-vous vu Julie Duprat? Oui, oh, je l'ai vue le jour même de mon premier retour. Vous a-t-elle remis les papiers que Marguerite lui avait laissés pour vous? Les voici. Armand tira un rouleau de dessous son oreiller et l'y replaça immédiatement. Je sais par cœur ce que ces papiers renferment, me dit-il. Depuis 3 semaines, je les ai relus 10 fois par jour. Vous les lirez aussi, mais plus tard, quand je serai plus calme, quand je pourrai vous faire comprendre ce que cette confession révèle de cœur et d'amour. Pour le moment, j'ai un service à réclamer de vous. Lequel? Vous avez une voiture en bas? Oui. Eh bien, voulez-vous prendre mon passeport et aller demander à la poste restante s'il y a des lettres pour moi? Mon père et ma sœur ont dû m'écrire à Paris. Je suis partie avec une telle précipitation que je n'ai pas pris le temps de m'en informer avant mon départ. Lorsque vous reviendrez, nous irons ensemble prévenir le commissaire de police de la cérémonie de demain. Armand me remit son passeport, et je me rendis rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Il y avait 2 lettres au nom de Duval, je les pris et je revins. Quand je reparus, Armand était tout habillé et prêt à sortir. « Merci, me dit-il en prenant ses lettres. « Oui, ajouta-t-il après avoir regardé les adresses. « Oui, c'est de mon père et de ma sœur, mais on ne dut ne rien comprendre à mon silence. » Il ouvrit les lettres, il les devina, plutôt qu'il ne les lut, car elles étaient de 4 pages chacune, et au bout d'un instant, il les avait repliées. « Partons, me dit-il. Je répondrai demain. » Nous allâmes chez le commissaire de police, à qui Armand remit la procuration de la sœur de Marguerite. Le commissaire lui donna en échange une lettre d'avis pour le gardien du cimetière. Il fut convenu que la translation aurait lieu le lendemain, à 10 heures du matin, quand je viendrais le prendre 1 heure auparavant, que nous nous rendrions ensemble au cimetière. Moi aussi j'étais curieux d'assister à ce spectacle, et j'avoue que la nuit je ne dormis pas. À en juger par les pensées qui m'assaillirent, ce dut être une longue nuit pour Armand. Quand le lendemain à 9 heures j'entrai chez lui, il était horriblement pâle, mais il paraissait calme. Il me sourit et me tendit la main. Ses bougies étaient brûlées jusqu'au bout, et avant de sortir, Armand prit une lettre fort épaisse adressée à son père, et confidente sans doute de ses impressions de la nuit. 1 demi-heure après, nous arrivions à Montmartre. Le commissaire nous attendait déjà. On s'achemina lentement dans la direction de la tombe de Marguerite. Le commissaire marchait le premier, Armand et moi, nous le suivions à quelques pas. De temps en temps, je sentais tressaillir convulsivement le bras de mon compagnon, comme si des frissons l'eussent parcouru tout à coup. Alors je le regardais. Il comprenait mon regard et me souriait, mais depuis que nous étions sortis de chez lui, nous n'avions pas échangé une parole. Un peu avant la tombe, Armand s'arrêta pour essuyer son visage qu'inondaient de grosses gouttes de sueur. Je profitai de cette halte pour respirer, car moi-même j'avais le cœur comprimé comme dans un étau. D'où vient le douloureux plaisir qu'on prend à ces sortes de spectacles? Quand nous arrivâmes à la tombe, le jardinier avait retiré tous les pots de fleurs, le treillage de fer avait été enlevé, et 2 hommes piochaient la terre. Armand s'appuya contre un arbre et regarda. Toute sa vie semblait être passée dans ses yeux. Tout à coup, une des 2 pioches grinça contre une pierre. À ce bruit, Armand recula comme à une commotion électrique et me serra la main avec une telle force qu'il me fit mal. Un fossoyeur prit une large pelle et vida peu à peu la fosse. Puis, quand il n'y eut plus que les pierres dont couvre la bière, il les jeta dehors, une à une. J'observais Armand, car je craignais à chaque minute que ces sensations qu'il concentrait visiblement ne le brisassent. Mais il regardait toujours, les yeux fixes et ouverts, comme dans la folie, et un léger tremblement des joues et des lèvres prouvait seul qu'il était en proie à une violente crise nerveuse. Quant à moi, je ne puis dire qu'une chose, c'est que je regrette d'être venu. Quand la bière fut tout à coup découverte, le commissaire dit au fossoyeur: « Ouvrez. » Ces hommes obéirent comme si c'eût été la chose du monde la plus simple. La bière était en chaîne, et ils se mirent à dévisser la paroi supérieure qui faisait couvercle. L'humidité de la terre avait rouillé les vis, et ce ne fut pas sans effort que la bière s'ouvrit. Une odeur infecte s'en exhala, malgré les plantes aromatiques dont elle était semée. « Oh mon Dieu !» murmura Armand, et il pâlit encore. Les fossoyeurs eux-mêmes se reculèrent. Un grand linceul blanc couvrait le cadavre dont on dessinait quelques sinuosités. Ce linceul était presque complètement mangé à l'un des bouts et laissait passer un pied de la morte. J'étais bien près de me trouver mal, et à l'heure où j'écris ces lignes, le souvenir de cette scène m'apparaît encore dans son imposante réalité. « Hâtons-nous, » dit le commissaire. Alors un des deux hommes étendit la main, se mit à découdre le linceul, et le prenant par le bout, découvrit brusquement le visage de Marguerite. C'était terrible à voir, c'est horrible à raconter. Les yeux ne faisaient plus que 2 trous, les lèvres avaient disparu, et les dents blanches étaient serrées les unes contre les autres. Les longs cheveux noirs et secs étaient collés sur les tempes et voilaient un peu les cavités vertes des joues, et cependant je reconnaissais dans ce visage le visage blanc, rose et joyeux que j'avais vu si souvent. Armand, sans pouvoir détourner son regard de cette figure, avait porté son mouchoir à sa bouche et le mordait. Pour moi, il me sembla qu'un cercle de fer m'étreignait la tête. Un voile couvrit mes yeux, des bourdonnements m'emplirent les oreilles. Tout ce que je pus faire fut d'ouvrir un flacon que j'avais apporté à tout hasard et de respirer fortement les sels qu'il renfermait. Au milieu de cet éblouissement, j'entendis le commissaire dire à M. Duval: « Reconnaissez-vous » ? « Oui, » répondit sourdement le jeune homme. « Alors fermez et emportez, » dit le commissaire. Les fossoyeurs rejetèrent le linceul sur le visage de la morte, fermèrent la bière, la prirent chacun par un bout, et se dirigèrent vers l'endroit que leur avait été désigné. Armand ne bougeait pas. Ses yeux étaient rivés à cette fosse vide. Il était pâle comme le cadavre que nous venions de voir. On lui dit pétrifié. Je compris ce qui allait arriver lorsque la douleur diminuerait par l'absence du spectacle, et par conséquent ne soutiendrait plus. Je m'approchai du commissaire. « La présence de monsieur, lui dis-je en montrant Armand, est-elle nécessaire encore ?»« Non, me dit-il, et même je vous conseille de l'emmener, car il paraît malade. »« Venez, dit alors Armand en lui prenant le bras. »« Quoi ?» fit-il en me regardant comme s'il ne m'eût pas reconnu. « C'est fini, ajoutai-je, il faut vous en aller, mon ami, vous êtes pâle, vous avez froid, vous vous tuerez avec ces émotions-là. »« Vous avez raison, allons-nous-en, » répondit-il machinalement, mais sans faire un pas. Alors je le saisis par le bras et je l'entraînai. Il se laissait conduire comme un enfant, murmurant seulement de temps à autre: « Avez-vous vu les yeux ?» Et il se retournait, comme si cette vision l'eût rappelé. Cependant sa marche devint saccadée. Il semblait plus avancer que par secousses. Ses dents claquaient, ses mains étaient froides. Une violente agitation nerveuse s'emparait de toute sa personne. Je lui parlais. Il ne me répondait pas. Tout ce qu'il pouvait faire, c'était de se laisser conduire. À la porte, nous retrouvâmes une voiture. Il était temps. À peine eut-il pris place que le frisson augmenta, qu'il eut une véritable attaque de nerfs, au milieu de laquelle la crainte de m'effrayer le faisait murmurer en me pressant la main: « Ce n'est rien, je voudrais pleurer. » Et j'entendais sa poitrine se gonfler, et le sang se portait à ses yeux, mais les larmes n'y venaient pas. Je lui fis respirer le flacon qui m'avait servi, et quand nous arrivâmes chez lui, le frisson seul se manifestait encore. Avec l'aide du domestique, je le couchai, je fis allumer un grand feu dans sa chambre, je courus chercher mon médecin et que je racontai ce qui venait de se passer. Il accourut. Armand était pourpre, il avait les délires et bégayait des mots sans suite, à travers lesquels le nom seul de Marguerite se faisait entendre distinctement. « Eh bien ?» dis-je au docteur quand il eut examiné le malade. « Eh bien, elle a une fièvre cérébrale, ni plus ni moins. C'est bien heureux, car je crois, Dieu me pardonne, qu'il sera devenu fou. Heureusement, la maladie physique tuera la maladie morale. Dans un mois, il sera sauvé de l'une et de l'autre, peut-être. » End of Chapter 6.
Rune 43 of the Kalevala. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Squid Varilekova, found at frisco-squid.blogspot.com. The Kalevala, compiled by Elias Lohnrot, translated by John Martin Crawford. Rune 43. the Sampo lost in the sea. Louis, hostess of Pohyola, called her many tribes together, gave the archers bows and arrows, gave her brave men spears and broadswords, fitted out her mightiest warship, in the vessel placed her army, with their swords 100 heroes, with their bows 1,000 archers. Quick erected masts and sail-yards, on the masters sails of linen hanging like the clouds of heaven, like the white clouds in the ether, sailed across the seas of Pohya, to retake the wondrous Sampo from the heroes of Wainola. Wainamoinen, old and faithful, sailed across the deep blue waters, spake these words to Lemminkainen. O thou daring son of Lempo, best of all my friends and heroes, mount the highest of the topmasts, look before you into ether, look behind you at the heavens, while examine the horizon whether clear or filled with trouble. Climb the daring Lemminkainen, ever ready for a venture, to the highest of the mastheads. Looked he eastward, also westward, looked he northward, also southward, then addressed ways Wainamoinen. Clear the sky appears before me, but behind a dark horizon, and the north a cloud is rising, and a longer cloud at northwest. Wainamoinen thus made answer, Art thou speaking truth or fiction? I am fearful that the warships of Pohyola are pursuing. Look again with keener vision. Thereupon wild Lemminkainen looked again and spake as follows. In the distance seems a forest. In the south appears an island, aspen grows with falcons laden, alders laden with the wood grouse. Spake the ancient Wainamoinen, Surely thou art speaking falsehood. 'Tis no forest in the distance, neither aspen, birch, nor alders laden with the grouse or falcon. I am fearful that Pohyola follows with their magic armies. Look again with keener vision. Then the daring Lemminkainen looked a third time from the topmast, spake, and these the words be uttered. From the north a boat pursues us, driven by 100 rowers, carrying 1,000 heroes. Knew at last old Wainamoinen, knew the truth of his inquiry, thus addressed his fleeing people. Row, O blacksmith Ilmarinen, row, O mighty Lemminkainen, row all ye my noble oarsmen, that our boat may skim the waters, may escape from our pursuers. Rowed the blacksmith Ilmarinen, rowed the mighty Lemminkainen. With him rowed the other heroes. Heavily groaned the helm of birchwood, loudly rattled all the rowlocks. All the vessel shook and trembled, like a cataract it thundered, as it ploughed the waste of waters, tossing sea foam to the heavens. Strongly rowed Wainola's forces, strongly were their arms united, but the distance did not widen twixt the boat and their pursuers. Quick the hero, Wainamoinen saw misfortune hanging over, saw destruction in the distance, heavy-hearted, long reflecting, trouble-laden, spake as follows. Only is there one salvation, no one miracle for safety. Then he grasped his box of tinder, from the box he took a flintstone. Of the tinder took some fragments, cast the fragments in the waters, spake these words of master magic. Let from these arise a mountain from the bottom of the deep sea. Let a rock arise in water, that the worship of Pohyola, with her 1,000 men and heroes, may be wrecked upon the summit by the aid of surging billows. Instantly a reef arises, in the sea springs up a mountain, eastward, westward, through the waters. Came the worship of the Northland, through the floods the boat came steering, sailed against the mountain ledges, fastened on the rocks and water, wrecked upon the mount of magic. In the deep sea fell the topmasts, fell the sails upon the billows, carried by the winds and waters of the waves of toil and trouble. Louis, hostess of Pohyola, tries to free her sinking vessel, tries to rescue from destruction, but she cannot raise the warship firmly fixed upon the mountain. Shattered are the ribs and rudder, ruined is the ship of Pohya. Then the hostess of the Northland, much disheartened, spake as follows. Where the force in earth or heaven that will help a soul in trouble? Quick she changes form and feature, makes herself another body, takes 5 sharpened scythes of iron, also takes 5 goodly sickles, shapes them into eagle talons, takes the body of the vessel, makes the framework of an eagle, takes the vessel's ribs and flooring, makes them into wings and breastplate. For the tail she shapes the rudder. In the wings she plants 1,000 seniors with their bows and arrows, sets 1,000 magic heroes in the body, armed with broadswords. In the tail 100 archers, with their deadly spears and crossbows, thus the bird is hero-feathered. Quick she spreads her mighty pinions, rises as a monster eagle, flies on high and soars and circles. With one wing she sweeps the heavens, while the other sweeps the waters. Spake the hero's ocean mother, O thou ancient Wainamoinen, turn thy vision to the northeast, cast thine eyes upon the sunrise, look behind thy fleeing vessel, see the eagle of misfortune. Wainamoinen turned as bidden, turned his vision to the northeast, cast his eyes upon the sunrise, there beheld the Northland hostess, wicked witch of Sariola, flying as a monster eagle, swooping on his mighty warship. Flies and perches on the top mast, on the sail yards firmly settles, nearly overturns the vessel of the heroes of Wainola underneath the weight of envy. Then the hero, Ilmarinen, turned to Ukko as his refuge, thus entreated his creator, Ukko, thou, O God in heaven, thou creator full of mercy, guard us from impending danger, that thy children may not perish, may not meet with fell destruction. Hither bring thy magic fire cloak, that thy people, thus protected, may resist Paiola's forces, well may fight against the hostess of the dismal Sariola, may not fall before her weapons, may not in the deep sea perish. Then the ancient Wainamoinen thus addressed the ancient Louhi, O thou hostess of Pohjola, wilt thou now divide the Sampo on the fog point in the water on the island forest covered? Thus the Northland hostess answered, I will not divide the Sampo, not with thee, thou evil wizard, not with wicked Wainamoinen. Quick the mighty eagle, Louhi, swoops upon the lid in colors, grasps the Sampo in her talons. But the daring Lemminkainen straightway draws his blade of battle, draws his broadsword from his girdle, cleaves the talons of the eagle, one toe only is uninjured, speaks these magic words of conquest. Down ye spears and down ye broadswords, down ye thousand witless heroes, down ye feathered hosts of Louhi. Spake the hostess of Pohjola, calling, screeching from the sail yards, O thou faithless Lemminkainen, wicked wizard Kaukomieli, to deceive thy trusting mother! Thou didst give to her thy promise not to go to war for ages, not to war for 60 summers. Thou desire for gold impels thee, though thou wishest gold and silver. Wainamoinen, ancient hero, the eternal wisdom singer, thinking he had met destruction, snatched the rudder from the waters, with it smote the monster eagle, smote the eagle's iron talons, smote her countless feathered heroes. From her breast her host descended, spume and fell upon the billows, from the wings descended 1,000, from the tail 100 archers. Swoops again the bird of Pohja to the bottom of the vessel, like the hawk from birch or aspen, like the falcon from the linden, grasps the Sampo with one talon, drags the treasure to the waters, drops the magic lid and colors from the red rim of the warship to the bottom of the deep sea, where the Sampo breaks in pieces, scatters through the Alu waters, in mighty deeps for ages to increase the ocean's treasures, treasures for the hosts of Ahto. Nevermore will there be wanting richness for the Ahto nation, never while the moonlight brightens on the waters of the Northland. Many fragments of the Sampo floated on the purple waters, on the waters deep and boundless, rocked by winds and waves of Suomi, carried by the rolling billows to the seasides of Wainola. Wainamoinen, ancient minstrel, saw the fragments of the treasures floating on the billows landward, fragments of the lid and colors, much rejoicing, spake as follows. Thence will come the sprouting seed grain, the beginning of good fortune, the unending of resources from the plowing and the sowing, from the glimmer of the moonlight, from the splendor of the sunshine, on the fertile plains of Suomi, on the meads of Kalevala. Louhi, hostess of Pohjola, thus addressed old Wainamoinen. Know I other mighty measures, know I means that are efficient, and against thy golden moonlight and the splendor of thy sunshine, and thy plowing and thy reaping and the rocks I'll sink the moonbeams, hide the sun within the mountain, let the frost destroy thy sowings, freeze the crops on all thy cornfields, iron hail I'll send from heaven on the richness of thine acres. On the barley of thy planting I will drive the bear from forests, send the oatso from the thickets, that he may destroy thy cattle, may annihilate thy sheepfolds, may destroy thy seeds at pasture. I will send thine 9 diseases, each more fatal than the other, that will sicken all thy people, make thy children sink and perish, never more to visit Northland, never while the moonlight glimmers on the plains of Kalevala. Thus the ancient bard made answer. Not a Laplander can banish Wainamoinen and his people. Never can a Turilander drive my tribes from Kalevala. God alone has power to banish. God controls the fate of nations. never trusts the arms of evil, never gives his strength to others. As I trust in my Creator, call upon benignant Ukko. I will guard my crops from danger, drive the frost field from my cornfields, drive great Otso to his caverns. Wicked Louis of Pohjola, thou canst banish evildoers, in the rocks canst hide the wicked, in the mountains lock the guilty. Thou canst never hide the moonlight, never bide the silver sunshine in the caverns of thy kingdom. Freeze the crops of thine own planting, freeze the barley of thy sowing. Send thine iron hail from heaven to destroy the Lapland cornfields, to annihilate thy people, to destroy the hosts of Pohja. Send great Otso from the heather. Send the sharp tooth from the forest to the fields of Sariola, on the herds and flocks of Louis. Thus the wicked hostess answered, All my power has departed, all my strength has gone to others. All my hope is in the deep sea, in the waters lies my Sampo. Then the hostess of Pohjola home departed, weeping, wailing, to the land of cold and darkness. Only took some worthless fragments of the Sampo to her people. Carried she the lid to Pohja, in the blue sea left the handle. Hence the poverty of Northland and the famines of Pohjola. Wainamoinen, ancient minstrel, hastened to the broad sea's margin, stepped upon the shore in joyance, found there fragments of the Sampo, fragments of the lid and colors, on the borders of the waters, on the curving sands and seasides. Gathered well the Sampo relics from the waters near the fog point on the island forest covered. Spake the ancient Wainamoinen, spake these words in supplication. Grant, O Ukko, our Creator, grant to us, thy needful children, peace and happiness and plenty, that our lives may be successful, that our days may end in honor, on the vales and hills of Suomi, on the prairies of Wainola, in the homes of Kalevala. Ukko, wise and good Creator, Ukko, God of love and mercy, shelter and protect thy people from the evil-minded heroes, from the wiles of wicked women, that our country's plagues may leave us, that thy faithful tribes may prosper. Be our friend and strong protector, be the helper of thy children. In the night a roof above them, in the day a shield around them, that the sunshine may not vanish, that the moonlight may not lessen, that the killing frost may leave them and destructive hail pass over. Build a metal wall around us from the valleys to the heavens. Build of stone a mighty fortress on the borders of Wainola, where thy people live and labor, as a dwelling place forever. Sure protection to thy people, where the wicked may not enter, nor the thieves break through and pilfer. Never while the moonlight glistens, and the sun brings golden blessings to the plains of Kalevala. End of Rune 43. Recorded by Squid Varilekova, Ankeny, Iowa, March 25th, 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Karen Savage, Waco, Texas, March 2007. The Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 19. The Scarlet Pimpernel. At what particular moment the strange doubt first crept into Marguerite's mind, she could not herself have said. With the ring tightly clutched in her hand, she had run out of the room, down the stairs, and out into the garden, where, in complete seclusion, alone with the flowers and the river and the birds, she could look again at the ring, and study that device more closely. Stupidly, senselessly now, sitting beneath the shade of an overhanging sycamore, she was looking at the plain gold shield, with the star-shaped little flower engraved upon it. Bah! It was ridiculous. She was dreaming. Her nerves were overwrought, and she saw signs and mysteries in the most trivial coincidences. Had not everybody about town recently made a point of affecting the device of that mysterious and heroic Scarlet Pimpernel? Did she herself wear it embroidered on her gowns, set in gems and enamel in her hair? What was there strange in the fact that Sir Percy should have chosen to use the device as a seal ring? He might easily have done that. Yes, quite easily. And, besides, what connection could there be between her exquisite dandy of a husband, with his fine clothes and refined lazy ways, and the daring plotter who rescued French victims from beneath the very eyes of the leaders of a bloodthirsty revolution? Her thoughts were in a whirl, her mind a blank. She did not see anything that was going on around her, and was quite startled when a fresh young voice called to her across the garden. "Cherie! Cherie, where are you?" And little Suzanne, fresh as a rosebud, with eyes dancing with glee and brown curls fluttering in the soft morning breeze, came running across the lawn. "They told me you were in the garden," she went on, prattling merrily and throwing herself with a pretty girlish impulse into Marguerite's arms, "so I ran out to give you a surprise. You did not expect me quite so soon, did you, my darling little Margot Cherie?" Marguerite, who had hastily concealed the ring in the folds of her kerchief, tried to respond gaily and unconcernedly to the young girl's impulsiveness. "Indeed, sweet one," she said with a smile, "it is delightful to have you all to myself, and for a nice whole long day. You won't be bored?" "Oh, bored? Margot, how can you say such a wicked thing? Why, when we were in the dear old convent together, we were always happy when we were allowed to be alone together. And to talk secrets." The two young girls had linked their arms in one another's and began wandering around the garden. "Oh, how lovely your home is, Margot, darling," said little Suzanne enthusiastically, "and how happy you must be." "Aye, indeed, I ought to be happy, oughtn't I, sweet one?" said Marguerite, with a wistful little sigh. "How sadly you say it, Cherie. Ah, well, I suppose now that you are a married woman you won't care to talk secrets with me any longer. Oh, what lots and lots of secrets we used to have at school. Do you remember? Some we did not even confide to Sister Teresa of the Holy Angels, though she was such a dear. And now you have one all-important secret, eh, little one?" said Marguerite merrily, "which you are forthwith going to confide in me. Nay, you need not blush, Cherie," she added, as she saw Suzanne's pretty little face crimson with blushes. "Faith, there's naught to be ashamed of. He is a noble and true man, and one to be proud of as a lover and as a husband." "Indeed, Cherie, I am not ashamed," rejoined Suzanne softly, "and it makes me very, very proud to hear you speak so well of him. I think Mamma will consent," she added thoughtfully, "and I shall be, oh, so happy. But, of course, nothing is to be thought of until Papa is safe." Marguerite started. Suzanne's father? The Comte de Tournay? One of those whose life would be jeopardized if Chauvelin succeeded in establishing the identity of the Scarlet Pimpernel. She had understood all along from the Comtesse, and also from one or two of the members of the League, that their mysterious leader had pledged his honour to bring the fugitive Comte de Tournay safely out of France, whilst little Suzanne, unconscious of all save her own all-important little secret, went prattling on. Marguerite's thoughts went back to the events of the past night. Armand's peril, Chauvelin's threat, his cruel either-or, which she had accepted, and then her own work in the matter, which should have culminated at 1 o'clock in Lord Grenville's dining-room, when the relentless agent of the French government would finally learn who was this mysterious Scarlet Pimpernel who so openly defied an army of spies and placed himself so boldly, and for mere sport, on the side of the enemies of France. Since then she had heard nothing from Chauvelin. She had concluded that he had failed, and yet she had not felt anxious about Armand, because her husband had promised her that Armand would be safe. But now, suddenly, as Suzanne prattled merrily along, an awful horror came upon her for what she had done. Chauvelin had told her nothing, it was true, but she remembered how sarcastic and evil he looked when she took final leave of him after the ball. Had he discovered something then? Had he already laid his plans for catching the daring plotter red-handed in France, and sending him to the guillotine without compunction or delay? Marguerite turned sick with horror, and her hand convulsively clutched the ring in her dress. "You are not listening, Cherie," said Suzanne reproachfully, as she paused in her long, highly interesting narrative. "Yes, yes, darling, indeed I am," said Marguerite with an effort, forcing herself to smile. "I love to hear you talking, and your happiness makes me so very glad. Have no fear, we will manage to propitiate Mamma. Sir Andrew Ffoulkes is a noble English gentleman. He has money and position, the Comtesse will not refuse her consent. But now, little one, tell me, what is the latest news about your father?" "Oh," said Suzanne with mad glee, "the best we could possibly hear. My Lord Hastings came to see Mamma early this morning. He said that all is now well with dear Papa, and we may safely expect him here in England in less than 4 days." "Yes," said Marguerite, whose glowing eyes were fastened on Suzanne's lips, as she continued merrily. "Oh, we have no fear now. You don't know, Cherie, that great and noble Scarlet Pimpernel himself has gone to save Papa. He has gone, Cherie, actually gone," added Suzanne excitedly. "He was in London this morning. He will be in Calais, perhaps tomorrow, where he will meet Papa, and then And then the blow had fallen. She had expected it all along, though she had tried for the last half hour to delude herself and to cheat her fears. He had gone to Calais, had been in London this morning. He, the Scarlet Pimpernel, Percy Blakeney, her husband, whom she had betrayed last night to Chauvelin. Percy, her husband, the Scarlet Pimpernel. Oh, how could she have been so blind? She understood it all now, all at once, that part he played, the mask he wore, in order to throw dust in everybody's eyes. And all for the sheer sport and devilry, of course, saving men, women, and children from death, as other men destroy and kill animals for the excitement, the love of the thing. The idle, rich man wanted some aim in life. He and the few young bucks he enrolled under his banner had amused themselves for months in risking their lives for the sake of an innocent few. Perhaps he had meant to tell her when they were first married, and then the story of the Marquis de St-Cyr had come to his ears, and he had suddenly turned from her, thinking, no doubt, that she might some day betray him and his comrades who had sworn to follow him. And so he had tricked her, as he tricked all others, whilst hundreds now owed their lives to him, and many lives owed him both life and happiness. The mask of an inane fop had been a good one, and the part consummately well played. No wonder that Chauvelin's spies had failed to detect, in the apparently brainless nincompoop, the man whose reckless daring and resourceful ingenuity had baffled the keenest French spies, both in France and in England. Even last night, when Chauvelin went to Lord Grenville's dining-room to seek that daring Scarlet Pimpernel, he only saw that inane Sir Percy Blakeney fast asleep in a corner of the sofa. Had his astute mind guessed the secret then? Here lay the whole awful, horrible, amazing puzzle. In betraying a nameless stranger to his fate in order to save her brother, had Marguerite Blakeney sent her husband to his death? No, 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 1,000 times no. Surely fate could not deal a blow like that. Nature itself would rise in revolt. Her hand, when it held that tiny scrap of paper last night, would surely have been struck numb ere it committed a deed so appalling and so terrible. "But what is it, cherie?" said little Suzanne, now genuinely alarmed, for Marguerite's colour had become dull and ashen. "Are you ill, Marguerite? What is it?" "Nothing, nothing, child," she murmured, as in a dream. "Wait a moment. Let me think. You said the Scarlet Pimpernel had gone today." "Marguerite, cherie, what is it? You frighten me." "It is nothing, child, I tell you, nothing. I must be alone a minute, and, dear one, I may have to curtail our time together today. I may have to go away. You'll understand?" "I understand that something has happened, cherie, and that you want to be alone. I won't be a hindrance to you. Don't think of me. My maid Lucille has not yet gone. We will go back together. Don't think of me." She threw her arms impulsively round Marguerite. Child as she was, she felt the poignancy of her friend's grief, and with the infinite tact of her girlish tenderness, she did not try to pry into it, but was ready to efface herself. She kissed Marguerite again and again, then walked sadly back across the lawn. Marguerite did not move. She remained there, thinking, wondering what was to be done. Just as little Suzanne was about to mount the terrace steps, a groom came running round the house towards his mistress. He carried a sealed letter in his hand. Suzanne instinctively turned back. Her heart told her that here perhaps was further ill news for her friend, and she felt that poor Margot was not in a fit state to bear any more. The groom stood respectfully beside his mistress. Then he handed her the sealed letter. "What is that?" asked Marguerite. "Just come by runner, my lady." Marguerite took the letter mechanically, and turned it over in her trembling fingers. "Who sent it?" she said. "The runner said, my lady," replied the groom, "that his orders were to deliver this, and that your ladyship would understand from whom it came." Marguerite tore open the envelope. Already her instinct told her what it contained, and her eyes only glanced at it mechanically. It was a letter by Armand St-Just to Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, the letter which Chauvelin's spies had stolen at the Fisherman's Rest, and which Chauvelin had held as a rod over her to enforce her obedience. Now he had kept his word. He had sent her back St-Just's compromising letter, for he was on the track of the Scarlet Pimpernel. Marguerite's senses reeled. Her very soul seemed to be leaving her body. She tottered, and would have fallen but for Suzanne's arm around her waist. With superhuman effort she regained control over herself. There was yet much to be done. "Bring that runner here to me," she said to the servant with much calm. "He has not gone." "No, my lady." The groom went, and Marguerite turned to Suzanne. "And you, child, run within. Tell Lucille to get ready. I fear that I must send you home, child. And stay, Tell one of the maids to prepare a travelling dress and cloak for me." Suzanne made no reply. She kissed Marguerite tenderly and obeyed without a word. The child was overawed by the terrible, nameless misery in her friend's face. A minute later the groom returned, followed by the runner who had brought the letter. "Who gave you this packet?" asked Marguerite. "A gentleman, my lady," replied the man, "at the Rose and Thistle Inn, opposite Charing Cross. He said you would understand." "At the Rose and Thistle? What was he doing?" "He was waiting for the coach, your ladyship, which he had ordered." "The coach?" "Yes, my lady. A special coach he had ordered. I understood from his man that he was posting straight to Dover." "That's enough. You may go." She turned to the groom. "My coach and the 4 swiftest horses in the stables, to be ready at once." The groom and runner both went quickly off to obey. Marguerite remained standing for a moment on the lawn, quite alone. Her graceful figure was as rigid as a statue. Her eyes were fixed. Her hands were tightly clasped across her breast. Her lips moved as they murmured with pathetic, heart-breaking persistence, "What's to be done? What's to be done? Where to find him? Oh, God, grant me light." But this was not the moment for remorse and despair. She had done, unwittingly, an awful and terrible thing, the very worst crime, in her eyes, that woman ever committed. She saw it in all its horror. Her very blindness in not having guessed her husband's secret seemed now to her another deadly sin. She ought to have known. She ought to have known. How could she imagine that a man who could love with so much intensity as Percy Blakeney had loved her from the first, how could such a man be the brainless idiot he chose to appear? She at least ought to have known that he was wearing a mask, and having found that out, she ought to have torn it from his face whenever they were alone together. Her love for him had been paltry and weak, easily crushed by her own pride, and she too had worn a mask in assuming a contempt for him, whilst, as a matter of fact, she completely misunderstood him. But there was no time now to go over the past. By her own blindness she had sinned. Now she must repay, not by empty remorse, but by prompt and useful action. Percy had started for Calais, utterly unconscious of the fact that his most relentless enemy was on his heels. He had set sail early that morning from London Bridge. Provided he had a favourable wind, he would no doubt be in France within 24 hours. No doubt he had reckoned on the wind and chosen this route. Chauvelin, on the other hand, would post to Dover, charter a vessel there, and undoubtedly reach Calais much about the same time. Once in Calais, Percy would meet all those who were eagerly waiting for the noble and brave Scarlet Pimpernel, who had come to rescue them from horrible and unmerited death. With Chauvelin's eyes now fixed upon his every movement, Percy would thus not only be endangering his own life, but that of Suzanne's father, the old Comte de Tournay, and of those other fugitives who were waiting for him and trusting in him. There was also Armand, who had gone to meet de Tournay, secure in the knowledge that the Scarlet Pimpernel was watching over his safety. All these lives, and that of her husband, lay in Marguerite's hands. These she must save, if human pluck and ingenuity were equal to the task. Unfortunately, she could not do all this quite alone. Once in Calais, she would not know where to find her husband, whilst Chauvelin, in stealing the papers at Dover, had obtained the whole itinerary. Above everything, she wished to warn Percy. She knew enough about him by now to understand that he would never abandon those who trusted in him, that he would not turn his back from danger and leave the Comte de Tournay to fall into the bloodthirsty hands that knew of no mercy. But if he were warned, he might form new plans, be more wary, more prudent. Unconsciously he might fall into a cunning trap, but once warned, he might yet succeed. And if he failed, if indeed fate and Chauvelin, with all the resources at his command, proved too strong for the daring plotter after all, then at least she would be there by his side, to comfort, love, and cherish, to cheat death perhaps at the last by making it seem sweet, if they died both together, locked in each other's arms, with the supreme happiness of knowing that passion had responded to passion, and that all misunderstandings were at an end. Her whole body stiffened as with a great and firm resolution. This she meant to do, if God gave her wits and strength. Her eyes lost their fixed look. They glowed with inward fire at the thought of meeting him again so soon, in the very midst of most deadly perils. They sparkled with the joy of sharing these dangers with him, of helping him perhaps, of being with him at the last, if she failed. The childlike sweet face had become hard and set, the curved mouth was closed tightly over her clenched teeth. She meant to do or die, with him and for his sake. A frown, which spoke of an iron will and unbending resolution, appeared between the two straight brows. Already her plans were formed. She would go and find Sir Andrew Ffoulkes first. He was Percy's best friend, and Marguerite remembered with a thrill with what blind enthusiasm the young man always spoke of his mysterious leader. He would help her where she needed help. Her coach was ready. A change of raiment and a farewell to little Suzanne, and she would be on her way. Without haste, but without hesitation, she walked quietly into the house. End of chapter 19.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Anita Roy Dobbs, Boston, December 2006. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 16, Baby Worship. Diddle 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 dum dum dum, said or sang Eleanor Bold. Diddle 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 dum dum dum, continued Mary Bold, taking up the second part in this concerted piece. The only audience at the concert was the baby, who, however, gave such vociferous applause that the performers, presuming it to amount to an encore, commenced again. Diddle 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 dum dum dum, hasn't he got lovely legs, said the rapturous mother. Simmered Mary, burying her lips in the little fellow's fat neck by way of kissing him. Simmered the mamma, burying her lips also in his fat, round, short legs. He's a dotty little bold darling, so he is, and he has the nicest little pink legs in all the world, so he has. And the simmering and the kissing went on, over again, as though the ladies were very hungry and determined to eat him. Well, then he's his own mother's own darling. Well, he shall... Oh, Mary, did you ever see? What am I to do? My naughty, 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 naughty little Johnny. All these energetic exclamations were elicited by the delight of the mother in finding that her son was strong enough and mischievous enough to pull all her hair out from under her cap. He's been and pulled down all Mamma's hair, and he's the naughtiest, naughtiest, naughtiest little man that ever. A regular service of baby worship was going on. Mary Bold was sitting on a low, easy chair with the boy on her lap, and Eleanor was kneeling before the object of her idolatry. As she tried to cover up the little fellow's face with her long, glossy, dark brown locks, and permitted him to pull them hither and thither as he would, she looked very beautiful, in spite of the widow's cap which she still wore. There was a quiet, enduring, grateful sweetness about her face which grew so strongly upon those who knew her, as to make the great praise of her beauty, which came from her old friends, appear marvellously exaggerated to those who were only slightly acquainted with her. Her loveliness was like that of many landscapes, which require to be often seen, to be fully enjoyed. There was a depth of dark, clear brightness in her eyes, which was lost upon the quick observer, a character about her mouth which only showed itself to those with whom she familiarly conversed, a glorious form of head, the perfect symmetry of which required the eye of an artist for its appreciation. She had none of that dazzling brilliancy, of that voluptuous Rubens beauty, of that pearly whiteness and those vermilion tints which immediately entranced with the power of a basilisk men who came within reach of Madeline Neroni. It was all but impossible to resist the Signora, but no one was called upon for any resistance towards Eleanor. You might begin to talk to her as though she were your sister, and it would not be till your head was on your pillow that the truth and intensity of her beauty would flash upon you, that the sweetness of her voice would come upon your ear. A sudden half-hour with the Neroni was like falling into a pit, an evening spent with Eleanor like an unexpected ramble in some quiet field of asphodel. We'll cover him up till there shan't be a morsel of his little nose to be seen, said the mother, stretching her streaming locks over the infant's face. The child screamed with delight and kicked till Mary Bold was hardly able to hold him. At this moment the door opened, and Mr. Slope was announced. Up jumped Eleanor, and with a sudden quick motion of her hands pushed back her hair over her shoulders. It would have been perhaps better for her that she had not, for she thus showed more of her confusion than she would have done had she remained as she was. Mr. Slope, however, immediately recognized her loveliness, and thought to himself that, irrespective of her fortune, she would be an inmate that a man might well desire for his house, a partner for his bosom's care, very well qualified to make care lie easy. Eleanor hurried out of the room to readjust her cap, muttering some unnecessary apology about her baby. And while she is gone, we will briefly go back and state what had been hitherto the results of Mr Slope's meditations on his scheme of matrimony. His inquiries as to the widow's income had at any rate been so far successful as to induce him to determine to go on with the speculation. As regarded Mr Harding, he had also resolved to do what he could without injury to himself. To Mrs Proudie he determined not to speak on the matter, at least not at present. His object was to instigate a little rebellion on the part of the bishop. He thought that such a state of things would be advisable, not only in respect to Messrs Harding and Quiverful, but also in the affairs of the diocese generally. Mr Slope was by no means of opinion that Dr Proudie was fit to rule, but he conscientiously thought it wrong that his brother clergy should be subjected to petticoat government. He therefore made up his mind to infuse a little of his spirit into the bishop, sufficient to induce him to oppose his wife, though not enough to make him altogether insubordinate. He had therefore taken an opportunity of again speaking to his lordship about the hospital, and had endeavoured to make it appear that after all it would be unwise to exclude Mr Harding from the appointment. Mr Slope, however, had a harder task than he had imagined. Mrs Proudie, anxious to assume to herself as much as possible of the merit of patronage, had written to Mrs Quiverful, requesting her to call at the palace, and had then explained to that matron, with much mystery, condescension, and dignity, the good that was in store for her and her progeny. Indeed, Mrs Proudie had been so engaged at the very time that Mr Slope had been doing the same with the husband at Puddington Vicarage, and had thus in a measure committed herself. The thanks, the humility, the gratitude, the surprise of Mrs Quiverful had been very overpowering. She had all but embraced the knees of her patroness, and had promised that the prayers of 14 unprovided babes, so Mrs Quiverful had described her own family, the eldest of which was a stout young woman of 23, should be put up to heaven morning and evening for the munificent friend whom God had sent to them. Such incense as this was not unpleasing to Mrs Proudie, and she made the most of it. She offered her general assistance to the 14 unprovided babes, if, as she had no doubt, she should find them worthy, expressed a hope that the eldest of them would be fit to undertake tuition in her Sabbath schools, and altogether made herself a very great lady in the estimation of Mrs Quiverful. Having done this, she thought it prudent to drop a few words before the bishop, letting him know that she had acquainted the Puddingdale family with their good fortune, so that he might perceive that he stood committed to the appointment. The husband well understood the ruse of his wife, but he did not resent it. He knew that she was taking the patronage out of his hands. He was resolved to put an end to her interference and reassume his powers. But then, he thought, this was not the best time to do it. He put off the evil hour, as many a man in similar circumstances has done before him. Such having been the case, Mr Slope naturally encountered a difficulty in talking over the bishop, a difficulty indeed which he found could not be overcome except at the cost of a general outbreak at the palace. A general outbreak at the present moment might be good policy, but it also might not. It was at any rate not a step to be lightly taken. He began by whispering to the bishop that he feared that public opinion would be against him if Mr Harding did not reappear at the hospital. The bishop answered with some warmth that Mr Quiverful had been promised the appointment on Mr Slope's advice. Not promised, said Mr Slope. Yes, promised, replied the bishop, and Mrs Proudie has seen Mrs Quiverful on the subject. This was quite unexpected on the part of Mr Slope, but his presence of mind did not fail him, and he turned the statement to his own account. "Ah, my lord," said he, "we shall all be in scrapes if the ladies interfere." This was too much in unison with my lord's feelings to be altogether unpalatable, and yet such an allusion to interference demanded a rebuke. My lord was somewhat astounded also, though not altogether made miserable, by finding that there was a point of difference between his wife and his chaplain. "I don't know what you mean by interference," said the bishop mildly. "When Mrs Proudie heard that Mrs Quiverful was to be appointed, it was not unnatural that she should wish to see Mrs Quiverful about the schools. I really cannot say that I see any interference." "I can only speak, my lord, for your own comfort," said Slope, "for your own comfort and dignity in the diocese. I can have no other motive. As far as personal feelings go, Mrs Proudie is the best friend I have. I must always remember that, but still, in my present position, my first duty is to your lordship." "I'm sure of that, Mr Slope, I'm quite sure of that," said the bishop, mollified. "And you really think that Mr Harding should have the hospital?" "Upon my word, I'm inclined to think so. I am quite prepared to take upon myself the blame of first suggesting Mr Quiverful's name. But since doing so, I have found that there is so strong a feeling in the diocese in favour of Mr Harding, that I think your lordship should give way. I hear also that Mr Harding has modified the objections he first felt to your lordship's propositions. And as to what has passed between Mrs Proudie and Mrs Quiverful, the circumstance may be a little inconvenient, but I really do not think that that should weigh in a matter of so much moment." And thus the poor bishop was left in a dreadfully undecided step as to what he should do. His mind, however, slightly inclined itself to the appointment of Mr Harding, seeing that by such a step he should have the assistance of Mr Slope in opposing Mrs Proudie. Such was the state of affairs at the palace when Mr Slope called at Mrs Bold's house and found her playing with her baby. When she ran out of the room, Mr Slope began praising the weather to Mary Bold. Then he praised the baby and kissed him, and then he praised the mother, and then he praised Miss Bold herself. Mrs Bold, however, was not long before she came back. "I have to apologize for calling at so very early an hour," began Mr Slope, "but I was really so anxious to speak to you that I hope you and Miss Bold will excuse me." Eleanor muttered something in which the words "certainly" and "of course" and "not early at all" were just audible, and then apologized for her own appearance, declaring with a smile that her baby was becoming such a big boy that he was quite unmanageable. "He's a great big naughty boy," she said to the child, "and we must send him away to a great big rough romping school, where they have great big rods and do terrible things to naughty boys who don't do what their own mammas tell them." And then she commenced another course of kissing, being actuated thereto by the terrible idea of sending her child away, which her own imagination had depicted. "And where the masters don't have such beautiful long hair to be dishevelled," said Mr Slope, taking up the joke and paying a compliment at the same time. Eleanor thought he might as well have left the compliment alone, but she said nothing and looked nothing, being occupied as she was with the baby. "Let me take him," said Mary. "His clothes are nearly off his back with his romping," and so saying she left the room with the child. Miss Bold had heard Mr Slope say he had something pressing to say to Eleanor, and thinking that she might be de trop, took this opportunity of getting herself out of the room. "Don't be long, Mary," said Eleanor as Miss Bold shut the door. "I am glad, Mrs Bold, to have the opportunity of having 10 minutes conversation with you alone," began Mr Slope. "Will you let me openly ask you a plain question?" "Certainly," said she. "And I am sure you will give me a plain and open answer." "Either that or none at all," said she, laughing. My question is this, Mrs. Bold. Is your father really anxious to go back to the hospital?" "Why do you ask me?" said she. "Why don't you ask himself?" "My dear Mrs. Bold, I'll tell you why. There are wheels within wheels, all of which I would explain to you, only I fear that there is not time. It is essentially necessary that I should have an answer to this question, otherwise I cannot know how to advance your father's wishes, and it is quite impossible that I should ask himself. No one can esteem your father more than I do, but I doubt if this feeling is reciprocal." It certainly was not. I must be candid with you as the only means of avoiding ultimate consequences which may be most injurious to Mr. Harding. I fear there is a feeling, I will not even call it a prejudice, with regard to myself in Barchester, which is not in my favour. You remember that sermon? "Oh, Mr. Slope, we need not go back to that," said Eleanor. "For one moment, Mrs. Bold. It is not that I may talk of myself, but because it is so essential that you should understand how matters stand. That sermon may have been ill-judged. It was certainly misunderstood. But I will say nothing about that now, only this, that it did give rise to a feeling against myself which your father shares with others. It may be that he has proper cause, but the result is that he is not inclined to meet me on friendly terms. I put it to yourself whether you do not know this to be the case." Eleanor made no answer, and Mr. Slope, in the eagerness of his address, edged his chair a little nearer to the widow's seat, unperceived by her. "Such being so," continued Mr. Slope, "I cannot ask him this question as I can ask it of you. In spite of my delinquencies since I came to Barchester, you have allowed me to regard you as a friend." Eleanor made a little motion with her head, which was hardly confirmatory, but Mr. Slope, if he noticed it, did not appear to do so. "To you I can speak openly and explain the feelings of my heart. This your father would not allow. Unfortunately, the bishop has thought it right that this matter of the hospital should pass through my hands. There have been some details to get up with which he would not trouble himself, and thus it has come to pass that I was forced to have an interview with your father on the matter." "I am aware of that," said Eleanor. "Of course," he said. "In that interview Mr. Harding left the impression on my mind that he did not wish to return to the hospital." "How could that be?" said Eleanor, at last stirred up to forget the cold propriety of demeanour which she had determined to maintain. "My dear Mrs. Bold, I give you my word that such was the case," said he, again getting a little nearer to her. "And what is more than that, before my interview with Mr. Harding, certain persons at the palace, I do not mean the bishop, had told me that such was the fact. I own I hardly believed it. I own I thought that your father would wish on every account, for conscience' sake, for the sake of those old men, for old association and the memory of dear days long gone by, on every account I thought that he would wish to resume his duties. But I was told that such was not his wish, and he certainly left me with the impression that I had been told the truth." "Well," said Eleanor, now sufficiently roused on the matter. "I hear Miss Bold's step," said Mr. Slope. "Would it be asking too great a favour to beg you to... I know you can manage anything with Miss Bold." Eleanor did not like the word manage, but still she went out and asked Mary to leave them alone for another quarter of an hour. "Thank you, Mrs. Bold. I am so very grateful for this confidence. Well, I left your father with this impression. Indeed, I may say that he made me understand that he declined the appointment." "Not the appointment," said Eleanor. "I am sure he did not decline the appointment. But he said that he would not agree, That is, that he did not like the scheme about the schools and the services and all that. I'm quite sure he never said that he wished to refuse the place." "Oh, Mrs. Bold," said Mr Slope in a manner almost impassioned, "I would not for the world say to so good a daughter a word against so good a father. But you must, for his sake, let me show you exactly how the matter stands at present. Mr Harding was a little flurried when I told him of the bishop's wishes about the school. I did so perhaps with the less caution because you yourself had so perfectly agreed with me on the same subject. He was a little put out and spoke warmly. 'Tell the bishop,' said he, 'that I quite disagree with him and shall not return to the hospital as such conditions are attached to it.' What he said was to that effect. Indeed, his words were, if anything, stronger than those. I had no alternative but to repeat them to his lordship, who said that he could look on them in no other light than a refusal. He also had heard the report that your father did not wish for the appointment, and putting all these things together, he thought he had no choice but to look for someone else. He has consequently offered the place to Mr Quiverful." "Offered the place to Mr Quiverful?" repeated Eleanor, her eyes suffused with tears. "Then, Mr Slope, there is an end of it." "No, my friend, not so," said he. "It is to prevent such being the end of it that I am here now. I may at any rate presume that I have got an answer to my question, and that Mr Harding is desirous of returning." "Desirous of returning? Of course he is," said Eleanor. "Of course he wishes to have back his house and his income and his place in the world, to have back what he gave up with such self-denying honesty, if he can have them without restraints on his conduct, to which at his age it would be impossible that he should submit. How can the bishop ask a man of his age to turn schoolmaster to a pack of children?" "Out of the question," said Mr Slope, laughing slightly. "Of course no such demand shall be made on your father. I can at any rate promise you that I will not be the medium of any so absurd a requisition. We wished your father to preach in the hospital, as the inmates may naturally be too old to leave it, but even that shall not be insisted on. We wished also to attach a Sabbath day school to the hospital, thinking that such an establishment could not but be useful under the surveillance of so good a clergyman as Mr Harding, and also under your own. But, dear Mrs Bold, we won't talk of these things now. One thing is clear. We must do what we can to annul this rash offer the bishop has made to Mr Quiverful. Your father wouldn't see Quiverful, would he? Quiverful is an honourable man, and would not for a moment stand in your father's way." "What?" said Eleanor. "Ask a man with 14 children to give up his preferment? I am quite sure he will do no such thing." "I suppose not," said Slope, and he again drew near to Mrs Bold, so that now they were very close to each other. Eleanor did not think much about it, but instinctively moved away a little. How greatly would she have increased the distance could she have guessed what had been said about her at Plumstead. "I suppose not. But it is out of the question that Quiverful should supersede your father. Quite out of the question. The bishop has been too rash. An idea occurs to me which may perhaps, with God's blessing, put us right. My dear Mrs Bold, would you object to seeing the bishop yourself?" "Why should not my father see him?" said Eleanor. She had once before in her life interfered in her father's affairs, and then not to much advantage. She was older now, and felt she should take no step in a matter so vital to him without his consent. "Why, to tell the truth," said Mr Slope with a look of sorrow, as though he greatly bewailed the want of charity in his patron, "the bishop fancies that he has cause of anger against your father. I fear an interview would lead to further ill will." "Why," said Eleanor, "my father is the mildest, the gentlest man living." "I only know," said Slope, "that he has the best of daughters. So you would not see the bishop? As to getting an interview, I could manage that for you without the slightest annoyance to yourself." "I could do nothing, Mr Slope, without consulting my father." "Ah," said he, "that would be useless. You would then only be your father's messenger. Does anything occur to yourself? Something must be done. Your father shall not be ruined by so ridiculous a misunderstanding." Eleanor said that nothing occurred to her, but that it was very hard. The tears came to her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Mr Slope would have given much to have had the privilege of drying them, but he had tact enough to know that he had still a great deal to do before he could even hope for any privilege with Mrs Bold. "It cuts me to the heart to see you so grieved," said he. "But pray let me assure you that your father's interests shall not be sacrificed if it be possible for me to protect them. I will tell the bishop openly what are the facts. I will explain to him that he has hardly the right to appoint any other than your father, and will show him that if he does so, he will be guilty of great injustice. And you, Mrs Bold, you will have the charity at any rate to believe this of me, that I am truly anxious for your father's welfare, for his and for your own." The widow hardly knew what answer to make. She was quite aware that her father would not be at all thankful to Mr Slope. She had a strong wish to share her father's feelings, and yet she could not but acknowledge that Mr Slope was very kind. Her father, who was generally so charitable to all men, who seldom spoke ill of anyone, had warned her against Mr Slope, and yet she did not know how to abstain from thanking him. What interest could he have in the matter but that which he professed? Nevertheless, there was that in his manner which even she distrusted. She felt, she did not know why, that there was something about him which ought to put her on her guard. Mr Slope read all this in her hesitating manner just as plainly as though she had opened her heart to him. It was the talent of the man that he could so read the inward feelings of women with whom he conversed. He knew that Eleanor was doubting him, and that if she thanked him she would only do so because she could not help it. But yet this did not make him angry or even annoy him. Rome was not built in a day. "I did not come for thanks," continued he, seeing her hesitation, "and do not want them, at any rate before they are merited. But this I do want, Mrs Bold, that I may make to myself friends in this fold to which it has pleased God to call me as one of the humblest of his shepherds. If I cannot do so, my task here must indeed be a sad one. I will at any rate endeavour to deserve them." "I'm sure," said she, "you will soon make plenty of friends." She felt herself obliged to say something. "That will be nothing unless they are such as will sympathize with my feelings, unless they are such as I can reverence and admire and love. If the best and purest turn away from me, I cannot bring myself to be satisfied with the friendship of the less estimable. In such case I must live alone." "Oh, I'm sure you will not do that, Mr Slope." Eleanor meant nothing, but it suited him to appear to think some special allusion had been intended. "Indeed, Mrs Bold, I shall live alone, quite alone as far as the heart is concerned, if those with whom I yearn to ally myself turn away from me. But enough of this. I have called you my friend, and I hope you will not contradict me. I trust the time may come when I may also call your father so. May God bless you, Mrs Bold, you and your darling boy. And tell your father from me that what can be done for his interest shall be done." And so he took his leave, pressing the widow's hand rather more closely than usual, Circumstances, however, seemed just then to make this intelligible, and the lady did not feel called on to resent it. "I cannot understand him," said Eleanor to Mary Bold a few minutes afterwards. "I do not know whether he is a good man or a bad man, whether he is true or false." "Then give him the benefit of the doubt," said Mary, "and believe the best." "On the whole, I think I do," said Eleanor. "I think I do believe that he means well, and if so, it is a shame that we should revile him and make him miserable while he is among us. But oh, Mary, I fear papa will be disappointed in the hospital." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 28 of the Pickwick Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Chant. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 28. A good-humoured Christmas chapter, containing an account of a wedding, and some other sports besides, which, although in their way even as good customs as marriage itself, are not quite so religiously kept up in these degenerate times. As brisk as bees, if not altogether as light as fairies, did the four Pickwickians assemble on the morning of the 22nd day of December, in the year of grace in which these their faithfully recorded adventures were undertaken and accomplished. Christmas was close at hand in all his bluff and hearty honesty. It was the season of hospitality, merriment, and open-heartedness. The old year was preparing, like an ancient philosopher, to call his friends around him, and amidst the sound of feasting and revelry, to pass gently and calmly away. Gay and merry was the time, and right gay and merry were at least 4 of the numerous hearts that were gladdened by its coming. And numerous indeed are the hearts to which Christmas brings a brief season of happiness and enjoyment. How many families whose members have been dispersed and scattered far and wide in the restless struggles of life, are then reunited and meet once again in that happy state of companionship and mutual goodwill, which is a source of such pure and unalloyed delight, and one so incompatible with the cares and sorrows of the world, that the religious belief of the most civilized nations and the rude traditions of the roughest savages alike number it among the first joys of a future condition of existence provided for the blessed and happy. How many old recollections and how many dormant sympathies does Christmas time awake! We write these words now, many miles distant from the spot at which, year after year, we met on that day, a merry and joyous circle. Many of the hearts that throbbed so gladly then have ceased to beat. Many of the looks that shone so brightly then have ceased to glow. The hands we grasped have grown cold. The eyes we sought have hid their lustre in the grave. And yet the old house, the room, the merry voices and smiling faces, the jest, the laugh, the most minute and trivial circumstances connected with those happy meetings, crowd upon our mind at each recurrence of the season, as if the last assemblage had been but yesterday. Happy, happy Christmas, that can win us back to the delusions of our childish days, that can recall to the old man the pleasures of his youth, that can transport the sailor and the traveller thousands of miles away back to his own fireside and his quiet home. But we are so taken up and occupied with the good qualities of this Saint Christmas that we are keeping Mr. Pickwick and his friends waiting in the cold on the outside of the Muggleton coach, which they have just attained, well wrapped up in greatcoats, shawls, and comforters. The portmanteaus and carpet-bags have been stowed away, and Mr. Weller and the guard are endeavouring to insinuate into the foreboot a huge codfish, several sizes too large for it, which is snugly packed up in a long brown basket, with a layer of straw over the top, and which has been left to the last, in order that he may repose in safety on the half-dozen barrels of real native oysters, all the property of Mr. Pickwick, which have been arranged in regular order at the bottom of the receptacle. The interest displayed in Mr. Pickwick's countenance is most intense, as Mr. Weller and the guard try to squeeze the codfish into the boot, first head first, and then tail first, and then top upward, and then bottom upward, and then sideways, and then longways, all of which artifices the implacable codfish sturdily resists, until the guard accidentally hits him in the very middle of the basket, whereupon he suddenly disappears into the boot, and with him the head and shoulders of the guard himself, who, not calculating upon so sudden a cessation of the passive resistance of the codfish, experiences a very unexpected shock, to the unsmotherable delight of all the porters and bystanders. Upon this, Mr. Pickwick smiles with great good humour, and, drawing a shilling from his waistcoat pocket, begs the guard, as he picks himself out of the boot, to drink his health in a glass of hot brandy and water. At which the guard smiles too, and Messrs. Snodgrass, Winkle, and Tupman all smile in company. The guard and Mr. Weller disappear for 5 minutes, most probably to get the hot brandy and water, for they smell very strongly of it when they return. The coachman mounts to the box. Mr. Weller jumps up behind. The Pickwickians pull their coats round their legs and their shawls over their noses. The helpers pull the horsecloths off. The coachman shouts out a cheery "All right!" and away they go. They have rumbled through the streets, and jolted over the stones, and at length reach the wide and open country. The wheels skim over the hard and frosty ground, and the horses, bursting into a canter at a smart crack of the whip, step along the road as if the load behind them, coach, passengers, codfish, oyster barrels, and all, were but a feather at their heels. They have descended a gentle slope, and enter upon a level as compact and dry as a solid block of marble 2 miles long. Another crack of the whip, and off they speed at a smart gallop, the horses tossing their heads and rattling the harness, as if in exhilaration at the rapidity of the motion, while the coachman, holding whip and reins in one hand, takes off his hat with the other, and resting it on his knees, pulls out his handkerchief and wipes his forehead, partly because he has a habit of doing it, and partly because it's as well to show the passengers how cool he is, and what an easy thing it is to drive 4 in hand when you have had as much practice as he has. Having done this very leisurely, otherwise the effect would be materially impaired, he replaces his handkerchief, pulls on his hat, adjusts his gloves, squares his elbows, cracks the whip again, and on they speed more merrily than before. A few small houses scattered on either side of the road betoke the entrance to some town or village. The lively notes of the guard's key bugle vibrate in the clear cold air, and wake up the old gentleman inside, who, carefully letting down the window sash half-way, and standing sentry over the air, takes a short peep out, and then, carefully pulling it up again, informs the other inside that they're going to change directly. On which the other inside wakes himself up, and determines to postpone his next nap until after the stoppage. Again the bugle sounds lustily forth, and rouses the cottager's wife and children, who peep out at the house door, and watch the coach till it turns the corner, when they once more crouch round the blazing fire, and throw on another log of wood against father comes home, while father himself, a full mile off, has just exchanged a friendly nod with the coachman, and turned round to take a good long stare at the vehicle as it whirls away. and now the bugle plays a lively air as the coach rattles through the ill-paved streets of a country town, and the coachman, undoing the buckle which keeps his ribands together, prepares to throw them off the moment he stops. Mr. Pickwick emerges from his coat-collar and looks about him with great curiosity, perceiving which, the coachman informs Mr. Pickwick of the name of the town, and tells him it was market day yesterday, both of which pieces of information Mr. Pickwick retails to his fellow passengers. Whereupon they emerge from their coat-collars too, and look about them also. Mr. Winkle, who sits at the extreme edge, with one leg dangling in the air, is nearly precipitated into the street, as the coach twists round the sharp corner by the cheesemonger's shop, and turns into the market-place. And before Mr. Snodgrass, who sits next to him, has recovered from his alarm, they pull up at the inn-yard, where the fresh horses, with cloths on, are already waiting. The coachman throws down the reins and gets down himself, and the other outside passengers drop down also, except those who have no great confidence in their ability to get up again, and they remain where they are, and stamp their feet against the coach to warm them, looking with longing eyes and red noses at the bright fire in the inn bar, and the sprigs of holly with red berries which ornament the window. But the guard has delivered at the corn-dealer's shop the brown paper packet he took out of the little pouch which hangs over his shoulders by a leathern strap, and has seen the horses carefully put to, and has thrown on the pavement the saddle which was brought from London on the coach roof, and has assisted in the conference between the coachman and the hostler about the grey mare that hurt her off-side leg last Tuesday, and he and Mr. Weller are all right behind, and the coachman is all right in front, and the old gentleman inside, who has kept the window down full 2 inches all this time, has pulled it up again, and the cloths are off, and they are all ready for starting, except the 2 stout gentlemen, whom the coachman inquires after with some impatience. Hereupon the coachman and the guard and Sam Weller and Mr. Winkle and Mr. Snodgrass and all the hostlers and every one of the idlers, who are more in number than all the others put together, shout for the missing gentleman as loud as they can bawl. A distant response is heard from the yard, and Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Tupman come running down it, quite out of breath, for they have been having a glass of ale apiece, and Mr. Pickwick's fingers are so cold that he has been full 5 minutes before he could find the 6pence to pay for it. The coachman shouts an admonitory, "Now then, gentlemen!" The guard re-echoes it. The old gentleman inside thinks it a very extraordinary thing that people will get down when they know there isn't time for it. Mr. Pickwick struggles up on one side, Mr. Tupman on the other. Mr. Winkle cries, "All right!" and off they start. Shawls are pulled up, coat-collars are readjusted, the pavement ceases, the houses disappear, and they are once again dashing along the open road with the fresh clear air blowing in their faces and gladdening their very hearts within them. Such was the progress of Mr. Pickwick and his friends by the Muggleton Telegraph on their way to Dingley Dell, and at 3 o'clock that afternoon they all stood high and dry, safe and sound, hale and hearty, upon the steps of the Blue Lion, having taken on the road quite enough of ale and brandy to enable them to bid defiance to the frost that was binding up the earth in its iron fetters, and weaving its beautiful network upon the trees and hedges. Mr. Pickwick was busily engaged in counting the barrels of oysters and superintending the disinterment of the codfish, when he felt himself gently pulled by the skirts of the coat. Looking round, he discovered that the individual who resorted to this mode of catching his attention was none other than Mr. Wardle's favourite page, better known to the readers of this unvarnished history by the distinguishing appellation of the Fat Boy. "Aha!" said Mr. Pickwick. "Aha!" said the fat boy. As he said it, he glanced from the codfish to the oyster barrels, and chuckled joyously. He was fatter than ever. "Well, you look rosy enough, my young friend," said Mr. Pickwick. "I've been asleep, right in front of the tap-room fire," replied the fat boy, who had heated himself to the colour of a new chimney-pot in the course of an hour's nap. "Master sent me over with the shay-cart to carry your luggage up to the house. He'd a sent some saddle-horses, but he thought you'd rather walk, being a cold day." "Oh, yes, yes," said Mr. Pickwick hastily, for he remembered how they had travelled over nearly the same ground on a previous occasion. "Yes, we would rather walk. Here, Sam."
"Sir?"
said Mr. Weller. "Help Mr. Wardle's servant to put the packages into the cart, and then ride on with him. We will walk forward at once." Having given this direction and settled with the coachman, Mr. Pickwick and his three friends struck into the footpath across the fields and walked briskly away, leaving Mr. Weller and the fat boy confronted together for the first time. Sam looked at the fat boy with great astonishment, but without saying a word, and began to stow the luggage rapidly away in the cart, while the fat boy stood quietly by, and seemed to think it a very interesting sort of thing to see Mr. Weller working by himself.
"There," said Sam, throwing in the last carpet-bag. "There we are."
"Yes," said the fat boy, in a very satisfied tone. "There they are."
"Well, young 20-stun," said Sam, "you're a nice specimen of a prize boy, you are."
"Thank'ee," said the fat boy.
"You ain't got nothing on your mind as makes you fret yourself, have you?" inquired Sam.
"Not as I knows on," replied the fat boy.
"I should rather have thought, to look at you, that you was a labouring under an unrequited attachment to some young woman," said Sam.
The fat boy shook his head.
"Well," says Sam, "I am glad to hear it. Did you ever drink anything?"
"I likes eating better," replied the boy.
"Ah!" said Sam, "I should ha' supposed that, but what I mean is, should you like a drop of anything as 'ud warm you? But I s'pose you never was cold with all them elastic fixtures, was you?"
"Sometimes," replied the boy, "and I likes a drop of something when it's good."
"Oh, you do you?" said Sam. "Come this way, then."
The Blue Lion tap was soon gained, and the fat boy swallowed a glass of liquor without so much as winking, a feat which considerably advanced him in Mr. Weller's good opinion. Mr. Weller having transacted a similar amount of business on his own account, they got into the cart. "Can you drive?" said the fat boy.
"I should rather think so," replied Sam.
"There, then," said the fat boy, putting the reins in his hand, and pointing up a lane. "It's as straight as you can go. You can't miss it." With these words, the fat boy laid himself affectionately down by the side of the codfish, and placing an oyster barrel under his head for a pillow, fell asleep instantaneously.
"Well," said Sam, "of all the cool boys I ever set my eyes on, this here young gentleman is the coolest. Come on, wake up, young Dropsy."
But as young Dropsy evinced no symptoms of returning animation, Sam Weller sat himself down in front of the cart, and starting the old horse with a jerk of the rein, jogged steadily on towards the Manor Farm. Meanwhile, Mr. Pickwick and his friends, having walked their blood into active circulation, proceeded cheerfully on. The paths were hard, the grass was crisp and frosty, the air had a fine, dry, bracing coldness, and the rapid approach of the grey twilight (slate-coloured is a better term in frosty weather) made them look forward with pleasant anticipation to the comforts which awaited them at their hospitable entertainers'. It was the sort of afternoon that might induce a couple of elderly gentlemen in a lonely field to take off their greatcoats and play at leap-frog in pure lightness of heart and gaiety. And we firmly believe that had Mr. Tupman at that moment proffered "a back," Mr. Pickwick would have accepted his offer with the utmost avidity. However, Mr. Tupman did not volunteer any such accommodation, and the friends walked on conversing merrily. As they turned into a lane they had to cross, the sound of many voices burst upon their ears, and before they had even had time to form a guess to whom they belonged, they walked into the very centre of a party who were expecting their arrival, a fact which was first noticed to the Pickwickians by the loud "Hurrah!" which burst from old Wardle's lips when they appeared in sight. First, there was Wardle himself, looking, if that were possible, more jolly than ever. Then there were Bella and her faithful Trundle, and lastly there were Emily and some 8 or 10 young ladies who had all come down to the wedding, which was to take place next day, and who were in as happy and important a state as young ladies usually are on such momentous occasions, and they were all and one startling the fields and lanes far and wide with their frolic and laughter. The ceremony of introduction under such circumstances was very soon performed, or we should rather say that the introduction was soon over without any ceremony at all. In 2 minutes thereafter, Mr. Pickwick was joking with the young ladies who wouldn't come over the stile while he looked, or who, having pretty feet and unexceptionable ankles, preferred standing on the top rail for 5 minutes or so, declaring that they were too frightened to move, with as much ease and absence of reserve or constraint as if he had known them for life. It is worthy of remark, too, that Mr. Snodgrass offered Emily far more assistance than the absolute terrors of the stile, although it was full 3 feet high, and had only a couple of stepping-stones, would seem to require, while one black-eyed young lady in a very nice pair of boots with fur round the top was observed to scream very loudly when Mr. Winkle offered to help her over. All this was very snug and pleasant, and when the difficulties of the stile were at last surmounted, and they once more entered on the open field, old Wardle informed Pickwick how they had all been down in a body to inspect the furniture and fittings up of the house which the young couple were to tenant after the Christmas holidays. At which communication Bella and Trundle both coloured up, as red as the fat boy after the tap-room fire, and the young lady with the black eyes and the fur round the boots whispered something in Emily's ear, and then glanced archly at Mr. Snodgrass, to which Emily responded that she was a foolish girl, but turned very red notwithstanding. And Mr. Snodgrass, who was as modest as all great geniuses usually are, felt the crimson rising to the crown of his head, and devoutly wished, in the innermost recesses of his own heart, that the young lady aforesaid, with her black eyes and her archness, and her boots with the fur round the top, were all comfortably deposited in the adjacent county. But if they were social and happy outside the house, what was the warmth and cordiality of their reception when they reached the farm! The very servants grinned with pleasure at sight of Mr. Pickwick, and Emma bestowed a half demure, half impudent, and all pretty look of recognition on Mr. Tupman, which was enough to make the statue of Bonaparte in the passage unfold his arms and clasp her within them. The old lady was seated with customary state in the front parlour, but she was rather cross, and by consequence most particularly deaf. She never went out herself, and like a great many other ladies of the same stamp, she was apt to consider it an act of domestic treason if anybody else took the liberty of doing what she couldn't. So, bless her old soul, she sat as upright as she could in her great chair, and looked as fierce as might be, and that was benevolent after all. "Mother," said Wardle, "Mr. Pickwick. You recollect him?" "Never mind," replied the old lady with great dignity. Don't trouble Mr. Pickwick about an old creature like me. Nobody cares about me now, and it's very natural they shouldn't." Here the old lady tossed her head and smoothed down her lavender-coloured silk dress with trembling hands. "Come, come, madam," said Mr. Pickwick. "I can't let you cut an old friend in this way. I have come down expressly to have a long talk and another rubber with you, and will show these boys and girls how to dance a minuet before they're 48 hours older." The old lady was rapidly giving way, but she did not like to do it all at once, so she only said, "I can't hear him." "Nonsense, mother!" said Wardle. "Come, come, don't be cross, there's a good soul. Recollect Bella, come, you must keep her spirits up, poor girl." The good old lady heard this, for her lip quivered as her son said it. But age has its little infirmities of temper, and she was not quite brought round yet. So she smoothed down the lavender-coloured dress again, and turning to Mr. Pickwick, said, Mr. Pickwick, young people was very different when I was a girl." "No doubt of that, madam," said Mr. Pickwick, "and that's the reason why I would make much of the few that have any traces of the old stock." And saying this, Mr. Pickwick gently pulled Bella towards him, and bestowing a kiss upon her forehead, bade her sit down on the little stool at her grandmother's feet. Whether the expression of her countenance, as it was raised towards the old lady's face, called up a thought of old times, or whether the old lady was touched by Mr. Pickwick's affectionate good nature, or whatever was the cause, she was fairly melted. So she threw herself upon her granddaughter's neck, and all the little ill humour evaporated in a gush of silent tears. A happy party they were that night. Sedate and solemn were the score of rubbers in which Mr. Pickwick and the old lady played together. Uproarious was the mirth of the round table. Long after the ladies had retired, did the hot elder wine, well qualified with brandy and spice, go round and round and round again, and sound was the sleep, and pleasant were the dreams that followed. It is a remarkable fact that those of Mr. Snodgrass bore constant reference to Emily Wardle, and that the principal figure in Mr. Winkle's visions was a young lady with black eyes and arch smile, and a pair of remarkably nice boots with fur round the tops. Mr. Pickwick was awakened early in the morning by a hum of voices and a pattering of feet, sufficient to rouse even the fat boy from his heavy slumbers. He sat up in bed and listened. The female servants and female visitors were running constantly to and fro, and there were such multitudinous demands for hot water, such repeated outcries for needles and thread, and so many half-suppressed entreaties of "Oh, do come and tie me, there's a dear!" that Mr. Pickwick, in his innocence, began to imagine that something dreadful must have occurred, when he grew more awake and remembered the wedding. The occasion being an important one, he dressed himself with peculiar care and descended to the breakfast-room. There were the female servants in a brand-new uniform of pink muslin gowns with white bows in their caps, running about the house in a state of excitement and agitation which would be impossible to describe. The old lady was dressed out in a brocaded gown which had not seen the light for 20 years, saving and excepting such truant rays as had stolen through the chinks in the box in which it had been laid by during the whole time. Mr. Trundle was in high feather and spirits, but a little nervous withal. The hearty old landlord was trying to look very cheerful and unconcerned, but failing signally in the attempt. All the girls were in tears and white muslin, except a select 2 or 3 who were being honoured with a private view of the bride and bridesmaid upstairs. All the Pickwickians were in most blooming array, and there was a terrific roaring on the grass in front of the house, occasioned by all the men, boys, and hobbledehoys attached to the farm, each of whom had got a white bow in his buttonhole, and all of whom were cheering with might and main, being incited thereto and stimulated therein by the precept and example of Mr. Samuel Weller, who had managed to become mighty popular already, and was as much at home as if he had been born on the land. A wedding is a licensed subject to joke upon, but there really is no great joke in the matter after all. We speak merely of the ceremony, and beg it to be distinctly understood that we indulge in no hidden sarcasm upon a married life. Mixed up with the pleasure and joy of the occasion, there are many regrets at quitting home, the tears of parting between parent and child, consciousness of leaving the dearest and kindest friends of the happiest portion of human life, to encounter its cares and troubles with others still untried and little known, natural feelings which we would not render this chapter mournful by describing, and which we should be still more unwilling to be supposed to ridicule. Let us briefly say, then, that the ceremony was performed by the old clergyman in the parish church of Dingley Dell, and that Mr. Pickwick's name is attached to the register still preserved in the vestry thereof, that the young lady with the black eyes signed her name in a very unsteady and tremulous manner, that Emily's signature, as the other bridesmaid, is nearly illegible, that it all went off in a very admirable style, that the young ladies generally thought it far less shocking than they had expected, and that although the owner of the black eyes and the arch smile informed Mr. Wardle that she was sure she could never submit to anything so dreadful, we have the very best reasons for thinking she was mistaken. To all this we may add, that Mr. Pickwick was the first who saluted the bride, and that in so doing he threw over her neck a rich gold watch and chain, which no mortal eyes but the jeweller's had ever beheld before. Then the old church bell rang as gaily as it could, and they all returned to breakfast. "Where does the mince pies go, young opium eater?" said Mr. Weller to the fat boy, as he assisted in laying out such articles of consumption as had not been duly arranged on the previous night. The fat boy pointed to the destination of the pies. "Wery good," said Sam. "Stick a bit o' Christmas in 'em. T'other dish opposite. There! Now we look compact and comfortable, as the farmer said when he cut his little boy's head off, to cure him of squinting." As Mr. Weller made the comparison, he fell back a step or two to give full effect to it, and surveyed the preparations with the utmost satisfaction. "Wardle," said Mr. Pickwick, almost as soon as they were all seated, "a glass of wine in honour of this happy occasion." "I shall be delighted, my boy," said Wardle. "Joe, damn that boy, he's gone to sleep." "No, I ain't, sir," replied the fat boy, starting up from a remote corner where, like the patron saint of fat boys, the immortal Horner, he had been devouring a Christmas pie, though not with the coolness and deliberation which characterized that young gentleman's proceedings. "Fill Mr. Pickwick's glass." "Yes, sir." The fat boy filled Mr. Pickwick's glass, and then retired behind his master's chair, from whence he watched the play of the knives and forks, and the progress of the choice morsels from the dishes to the mouths of the company, with a kind of dark and gloomy joy that was most impressive. "God bless you, old fellow," said Mr. Pickwick. "Same to you, my boy," replied Wardle, and they pledged each other heartily. "Mrs. Wardle," said Mr. Pickwick, "we old folk must have a glass of wine together in honour of this joyful event." The old lady was in a state of great grandeur just then, for she was sitting at the top of the table in the brocaded gown, with her newly married granddaughter on one side, and Mr. Pickwick on the other, to do the carving. Mr. Pickwick had not spoken in a very loud voice, But she understood him at once, and drank off a full glass of wine to his long life and happiness, after which the worthy old soul launched forth into a minute and particular account of her own wedding, with a dissertation on the fashion of wearing high-heeled shoes, and some particulars concerning the life and adventures of the beautiful Lady Tollymglower, deceased. At all of which the old lady herself laughed very heartily indeed, and so did the young ladies too, for they were wondering amongst themselves what on earth Grandma was talking about. When they laughed, the old lady laughed 10 times more heartily, and said that these always had been considered capital stories, which caused them all to laugh again, and put the old lady into the very best of humours. Then the cake was cut and passed round the ring, the young ladies saved pieces to put under their pillows to dream of their future husbands on, and a great deal of blushing and merriment was thereby occasioned. "Mr. Miller," said Mr. Pickwick to his old acquaintance, the hard-headed gentleman, "a glass of wine?" "With great satisfaction, Mr. Pickwick," replied the hard-headed gentleman solemnly. "You'll take me in?" said the benevolent old clergyman. "And me," interposed his wife. "And me, and me," said a couple of poor relations at the bottom of the table, who had eaten and drunk very heartily, and laughed at everything. Mr. Pickwick expressed his heartfelt desire at every additional suggestion, and his eyes beamed with hilarity and cheerfulness. "Ladies and gentlemen," said Mr. Pickwick, suddenly rising. "'Ear, 'ear, 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 'ear!" cried Mr. Weller, in the excitement of his feelings. "Call in all the servants!" cried old Wardle, interposing to prevent the public rebuke which Mr. Weller would otherwise most indubitably have received from his master. "Give them a glass of wine each to drink the toast in. Now, Pickwick!" Amidst the silence of the company, the whispering of the woman servants, and the awkward embarrassment of the men, Mr. Pickwick proceeded. "Ladies and gentlemen no, I won't say ladies and gentlemen, I'll call you my friends, my dear friends, if the ladies will allow me to take so great a liberty." Here Mr. Pickwick was interrupted by immense applause from the ladies, echoed by the gentlemen, during which the owner of the eyes was distinctly heard to state that she could kiss the dear Mr. Pickwick. Whereupon Mr. Winkle gallantly inquired if it couldn't be done by deputy, to which the young lady with the black eyes replied, "Go away," and occupied the request with a look which said as plainly as a look could, "If you can." "My dear friends," resumed Mr. Pickwick, "I am going to propose the health of the bride and bridegroom. God bless 'em!" Cheers and tears. "My young friend Trundle, I believe to be a very excellent and manly fellow, and his wife I know to be a very amiable and lovely girl, well qualified to transfer to another sphere of action the happiness which for 20 years she has diffused around her in her father's house." Here the fat boy burst forth into stentorian blubberings, and was led forth by the coat collar by Mr. Weller. "I wish," added Mr. Pickwick, "I wish I was young enough to be her sister's husband." Cheers. "But failing that, I am happy to be old enough to be her father. For being so, I shall not be suspected of any latent designs when I say that I admire, esteem, and love them both." Cheers and sobs. "The bride's father, our good friend there, is a noble person, and I am proud to know him." Great uproar. "He is a kind, excellent, independent-spirited, fine-hearted, hospitable, liberal man," enthusiastic shouts from the poor relations, at all the adjectives, and especially at the two last, "that his daughter may enjoy all the happiness even he can desire, and that he may derive from the contemplation of her felicity all the gratification of heart and peace of mind which he so well deserves, is, I am persuaded, our united wish. So, let us drink their healths, and wish them prolonged life and every blessing." Mr. Pickwick concluded amidst a whirlwind of applause, and once more were the lungs of the supernumeraries under Mr. Weller's command brought into active and effective operation. Mr. Wardle proposed Mr. Pickwick. Mr. Pickwick proposed the old lady. Mr. Snodgrass proposed Mr. Wardle. Mr. Wardle proposed Mr. Snodgrass. One of the poor relations proposed Mr. Tupman, and the other poor relation proposed Mr. Winkle. All was happiness and festivity, until the mysterious disappearance of both the poor relations beneath the table warned the party that it was time to adjourn. At dinner they met again, after a 25-mile walk, undertaken by the males at Wardle's recommendation to get rid of the effects of the wine at breakfast. The poor relations had kept in bed all day, with the view to attaining the same happy consummation, but as they had been unsuccessful, they stopped there. Mr. Weller kept the domestics in a state of perpetual hilarity, and the fat boy divided his time into small alternate allotments of eating and sleeping. The dinner was as hearty an affair as the breakfast, and was quite as noisy without the tears. Then came the dessert and some more toasts. Then came the tea and coffee, and then the ball. The best sitting-room at Manor Farm was a good, long, dark-panelled room with a high chimney-piece and a capacious chimney, up which you could have driven one of the new patent cabs, wheels and all. At the upper end of the room, seated in a shady bower of holly and evergreens, were the two best fiddlers and the only harp in all Muggleton. In all sorts of recesses and on all kinds of brackets stood massive old silver candlesticks with 4 branches each. The carpet was up, the candles burned bright, the fire blazed and crackled on the hearth, and merry voices and light-hearted laughter rang through the room. If any of the old English yeomen had turned into fairies when they died, it was just the place in which they would have held their revels. If anything could have added to the interest of this agreeable scene, it would have been the remarkable fact of Mr. Pickwick's appearing without his gaiters, for the first time within the memory of his oldest friends. "You mean to dance?" said Wardle. "Of course I do," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Don't you see I am dressed for the purpose?" Mr. Pickwick called attention to his speckled silk stockings and smartly tied pumps. "You in silk stockings!" exclaimed Mr. Tupman jocosely. "And why not, sir, why not?" said Mr. Pickwick, turning warmly upon him. "Oh, of course there is no reason why you shouldn't wear them," responded Mr. Tupman. "I imagine not, sir. I imagine not," said Mr. Pickwick, in a very peremptory tone. Mr. Tupman had contemplated a laugh, but he found it was a serious matter, so he looked grave, and said they were a pretty pattern. "I hope they are," said Mr. Pickwick, fixing his eyes upon his friend. "You see nothing extraordinary in the stockings, as stockings, I trust, sir?" "Certainly not. Oh, certainly not," replied Mr. Tupman. He walked away, and Mr. Pickwick's countenance resumed its customary benign expression. "We are all ready, I believe?" said Mr. Pickwick, who was stationed with the old lady at the top of the dance, and had already made 4 full starts in his excessive anxiety to commence. "Then begin at once," said Wardle. "Now!" Up struck the 2 fiddles and the 1 harp, and off went Mr. Pickwick into Hands Across, when there was a general clapping of hands and a cry of "Stop! Stop!" "What's the matter?" said Mr. Pickwick, who was only brought to by the fiddles and harp desisting, and could have been stopped by no other earthly power, if the house had been on fire. "Where's Arabella Allen?" cried a dozen voices. "And Winkle?" added Mr. Tupman. "Here we are!" exclaimed that gentleman, emerging with his pretty companion from the corner. As he did so, it would have been hard to tell which was the redder in the face, he or the young lady with the black eyes. "What an extraordinary thing it is, Winkle," said Mr. Pickwick, rather pettishly, "that you couldn't have taken your place before." "Not at all extraordinary," said Mr. Winkle. "Well," said Mr. Pickwick, with a very expressive smile, as his eyes rested on Arabella, "well, I don't know that it was extraordinary either, after all." However, there was no time to think more about the matter, for the fiddles and harp began in real earnest. Away went Mr. Pickwick, hands across, down the middle to the very end of the room, and halfway up the chimney, back again to the door, poussette everywhere, loud stamp on the floor, ready for the next couple. Off again, all the figure over once more, another stamp to beat out the time, next couple, and the next again. Never was such going. At last, after they had reached the bottom of the dance, and full 14 couple after the old lady had retired in an exhausted state, and the clergyman's wife had been substituted in her stead, did that gentleman, when there was no demand whatever on his exertions, keep perpetually dancing in his place, to keep time to the music, smiling on his partner all the while with a blandness of demeanour which baffles all description. Long before Mr. Pickwick was weary of dancing, the newly married couple had retired from the scene. There was a glorious supper downstairs notwithstanding, and a good long sitting after it. And when Mr. Pickwick awoke, late the next morning, he had a confused recollection of having, severally and confidentially, invited somewhere about 45 people to dine with him at the George and Vulture the very first time they came to London, which Mr. Pickwick rightly considered a pretty certain indication of his having taken something besides exercise on the previous night. "And so your family has games in the kitchen to-night, my dear, has they?" inquired Sam of Emma. "Yes, Mr. Weller," replied Emma. "We always have on Christmas Eve. Master wouldn't neglect to keep it up on any account." "Your master's a very pretty notion of keeping anything up, my dear," said Mr. Weller. "I never see such a sensible sort of man as he is, or such a reg'lar gentleman." "Oh, that he is!" said the fat boy, joining in the conversation. "Don't he breed nice pork?" The fat youth gave a semi-cannibalic leer at Mr. Weller, as he thought of the roast legs and gravy. "Oh, you've woke up at last, have you?" said Sam. The fat boy nodded. "I'll tell you what it is, young boa constrictor," said Mr. Weller impressively. "If you don't sleep a little less and exercise a little more when you comes to be a man, you'll lay yourself open to the same sort of personal inconwenience as was inflicted on the old gentleman as wore the pigtail." "What did they do to him?" inquired the fat boy, in a faltering voice. "I'm a going to tell you," replied Mr. Weller. "He was one of the largest patterns as was ever turned out. Reg'lar fat man, as hadn't caught a glimpse of his own shoes for 45 year. "Law!" exclaimed Emma. "No, that he hadn't, my dear," said Mr. Weller. "And if you'd put an exact model of his own legs on the dining table afore him, he wouldn't ha' known 'em. Well, he always walks to his office with a wery handsome gold watch hanging out about 1.25 foot, and a gold watch in his fob as was worth, I'm afraid to say how much, but as much as a watch can be. A large, heavy, round manufacture, as stout for a watch as he was for a man, and with a big face in proportion. 'You'd better not carry that 'ere watch,' says the old gentleman's friends. 'You'll be robbed on it,' says they. 'Shall I?' says he. 'Yes, you will,' says they. 'Well,' says he, 'I should like to see the thief as could get this 'ere watch out, for I'm blessed if I ever can, it's such a tight fit,' says he, 'and whenever I vants to know vot's o'clock, I'm obliged to stare into the bakers' shops,' he says. Well, then he laughs as hearty as if he was a going to pieces, and out he walks again with his powdered head and pigtail, and strolls down the Strand with the chain hanging out further than ever, and the great round watch almost busting through his grey kersey smalls. There weren't a pickpocket in all London as didn't take a pull at that chain, but the chain 'ud never break, and the watch 'ud never come out, so they soon got tired of dragging such an heavy old gentleman along the pavement, and he'd go home and laugh till the pigtail wibrated like the pendulum of a Dutch clock. At last, one day the old gentleman was a rolling along, and he sees a pickpocket as he knowed by sight a coming up arm in arm with a little boy with a wery large head. 'Here's a game,' says the old gentleman to himself. 'They're a going to have another try, but it won't do.' So he begins a chuckling wery hearty, when all of a sudden the little boy leaves hold of the pickpocket's arm and rushes head foremost straight into the old gentleman's stomach, and for a moment doubles him right up with the pain. 'Murder!' says the old gentleman. 'All right, sir,' says the pickpocket, a whispering in his ear, and when he come straight again, the watch and chain was gone, and what's worse than that, the old gentleman's digestion was all wrong ever afterwards to the wery last day of his life. So just you look about you, young feller, and take care you don't get too fat." As Mr. Weller concluded this moral tale, with which the fat boy appeared much affected, they all three repaired to the large kitchen, in which the family were by this time assembled, according to ancient custom on Christmas Eve, observed by old Wardle's forefathers from time immemorial. From the centre of the ceiling of this kitchen old Wardle had just suspended, with his own hands, a huge branch of mistletoe, and this same branch of mistletoe instantaneously gave rise to a scene of general and most delightful struggling and confusion, in the midst of which Mr. Pickwick, with a gallantry that would have done honour to a descendant of Lady Tominglauer herself, took the old lady by the hand, led her beneath the mystic branch, and saluted her in all courtesy and decorum. The old lady submitted to this piece of practical politeness with all the dignity which befitted so important and serious a solemnity. But the younger ladies, not being so thoroughly imbued with a superstitious veneration for the custom, or imagining that the value of a salute is very much enhanced if it cost a little trouble to obtain it, screamed and struggled and ran into corners, and threatened and remonstrated, and did everything but leave the room, until some of the less adventurous gentlemen were on the point of desisting, when they all at once found it useless to resist any longer, and submitted to be kissed with a good grace. Mr. Winkle kissed the young lady with the black eyes, and Mr. Snodgrass kissed Emily, and Mr. Weller, not being particular about the form of being under the mistletoe, kissed Emma and the other female servants just as he caught them. As to the poor relations, they kissed everybody, not even excepting the plainer portions of the young lady's visitors, who, in their excessive confusion, ran right under the mistletoe as soon as was hung up, without knowing it. Wardle stood with his back to the fire, surveying the whole scene with the utmost satisfaction, and the fat boy took the opportunity of appropriating to his own use and summarily devouring a particularly fine mince pie that had carefully been put by for somebody else. Now the screaming had subsisted, and faces were in a glow, and curls in a tangle, and Mr. Pickwick, after kissing the old lady as before mentioned, was standing under the mistletoe, looking with a very pleased countenance on all that was passing around him, when the young lady with the black eyes, after a little whispering with the other young ladies, made a sudden dart forward, and putting her arm round Mr. Pickwick's neck, saluted him affectionately on the left cheek. And before Mr. Pickwick distinctly knew what was the matter, he was surrounded by the whole body, and kissed by every one of them. It was a pleasant thing to see Mr. Pickwick in the centre of the group, now pulled this way and then that, and first kissed on the chin, and then on the nose, and then on the spectacles, and to hear the peals of laughter which were raised on every side. But it was a still more pleasing thing to see Mr. Pickwick, blinded shortly afterwards with a silk handkerchief, falling up against the wall, and scrambling into corners, and going through all the mysteries of blindman's buff with the utmost relish for the game, until at last he caught one of the poor relations, and then had to evade the blind man himself, which he did with a nimbleness and agility that elicited the admiration and applause of all beholders. The poor relations caught the people who they thought would like it, and when the game flagged, got caught themselves. When they all tired of blindman's buff, there was a great game at snapdragon, and when fingers enough were burned with that, and all the raisins were gone, they sat down by the huge fire of blazing logs to a substantial supper and a mighty bowl of wassail, something smaller than an ordinary wash-house copper, in which the hot apples were hissing and bubbling with a rich look and a jolly sound that were perfectly irresistible. "This," said Mr. Pickwick, looking around him, "this is indeed comfort." "Our invariable custom," replied Mr. Wardle. "Everybody sits down with us on Christmas Eve, as you see them now, servants and all, and here we wait till the clock strikes 12 to usher Christmas in, and beguile the time with forfeits and old stories. Trundle, my boy, rake up the fire." Up flew the bright sparks in myriads as the logs were stirred. The deep red blaze sent forth a rich glow that penetrated into the farthest corner of the room, and cast its cheerful tint on every face. "Come," said Wardle, "a song, a Christmas song. I'll give you one in default of a better." "Bravo!" said Mr. Pickwick. "Fill up," said Wardle. "It will be 2 hours good before you see the bottom of the bowl through the deep rich colour of the wassail. Fill up all round, and now for the song." Thus saying, the merry old gentleman, in a good, round, sturdy voice, commenced, without more ado, a Christmas carol. "I care not for spring, on his fickle wing let the blossoms and buds be born. He woos them amain with his treacherous rain, and he scatters them ere the morn. An inconstant elf, he knows not himself, nor his own changing mind an hour. He'll smile in your face, and with wry grimace he'll wither your youngest flower. Let the summer sun to his bright home run. He shall never be sought by me. When he's dimmed by a cloud, I can laugh aloud, and care not how sulky he be. For his darling child is the madness wild that sports in fierce fever's train. And when love is too strong, it don't last long, as many have found to their pain. A mild harvest night by the tranquil light of the modest and gentle moon, has a far sweeter sheen for me, I ween, than the broad and unblushing noon. But every leaf awakens my grief as it lieth beneath the tree. So let autumn air be never so fair, it by no means agrees with me. But my song I trowel out for Christmas stout, the hearty, the true, and the bold. A bumper I drain, and with might and main give 3 cheers for this Christmas old. We'll usher him in with a merry din that shall gladden his joyous heart, and we'll keep him up while there's bite or sup, and in fellowship good we'll part. In his fine honest pride he scorns to hide one jot of his hard weather scars. They're no disgrace, for there's much the same trace on the cheeks of our bravest tars. Then again I sing till the roof doth ring, and it echoes from wall to wall. To the stout old wight, fair welcome to-night, as the king of the seasons all. This song was tumultuously applauded, for friends and dependents make a capital audience, and the poor relations especially were in perfect ecstasies of rapture. Again was the fire replenished, and again went the wassail round.
"How it snows!"
said one of the men in a low tone.
"Snows, does it?"
said Wardle.
"Rough, cold night, sir," replied the man, "and there's a wind got up that drifts it across the fields in a thick white cloud."
"What does Jem say?" inquired the old lady. "There ain't anything the matter, is there?"
"No, no, mother," replied Wardle. "He says there's a snowdrift, and a wind that's piercing cold. I should know that by the way it rumbles in the chimney."
"Arr," said the old lady, "there was just such a wind, and just such a fall of snow a good many years back, I recollect, just 5 years before your poor father died. It was a Christmas Eve, too, and I remember that on that very night he told us the story about the goblins that carried away old Gabriel Grubb." "The story about what?" said Mr. Pickwick.
"Oh, nothing, nothing," replied Wardle. "About an old sexton that the good people down here supposed to have been carried away by goblins."
"Suppose!" ejaculated the old lady. "Is there anybody hardy enough to disbelieve it? Suppose! Haven't you heard ever since you were a child that he was carried away by the goblins, and don't you know he was?"
"Very well, mother, he was, if you like," said Wardle, laughing. "He was carried away by the goblins, Pickwick, and there's an end of the matter."
"No, no," said Mr. Pickwick. "Not an end of it, I assure you, for I must hear how and why, and all about it." Wardle smiled, as every head was bent forward to hear, and filling out the wassail with no stinted hand, nodded a health to Mr. Pickwick, and began as follows. But, bless our editorial heart, what a long chapter we have been betrayed into! We had quite forgotten all such petty restrictions as chapters, we solemnly declare. So here goes to give the Goblin a fair start in a new one. A clear stage, and no favour for the goblins, ladies and gentlemen, if you please. And that is the end of chapter 28. Recording by Alan Chant of Tunbridge, Kent, England, on the 7th of April 2007, www.sevenoaksprep.kent.sch.uk.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 7 Little Australians by Ethel Turner. Chapter 21. When the Sun Went Down. Such a sunset. Down at the foot of the grass hill there was a flame-coloured sky, with purple soft clouds massed in banks high up where the dying glory met the paling blue. The belt of trees had grown black and stretched sombre, motionless arms against the orange background. All the wind had died, and the air hung hot and still, freighted with the strange silence of the bush. And at the top of the hill, just within the doorway of the little brown hut, her wide eyes on the wonderful heavens, Judy lay dying. She was very quiet now, though she had been talking of all sorts of things. She told them she had no pain at all. "Only I shall die when they move me," she said. Meg was sitting in a little heap on the floor beside her. She had never moved her eyes from the face on the pillow of mackintoshes. She had never opened her white lips to say one word. Outside, the bullocks stood motionless against the sky. Judy said they looked like stuffed ones having their portrait taken. She smiled the least little bit, but Meg said, "Don't," and writhed. 2 of the men had gone on superfluous errands for help. The others stood some distance away, talking in subdued voices. There was nothing for them to do. The brown man had been talking, a rare thing for him. He had soothed the General off to sleep and laid him in the bunk with the blue blanket tucked around him, and he had made a billy of hot strong tea and asked the children, with tears in his eyes, to drink some, but none of them would. Baby had fallen to sleep on the floor, her arms clasped tightly around Judy's lace-up boot. Bunty was standing with a stunned look on his white face behind the stretcher. His eyes were on his sister's hair, but he did not let them wander to her face for fear of what he should see there. Nellie was moving all the time, now to the fence to strain her eyes down the road where the evening shadows lay heavily, now to fling herself face downward behind the hut and say, "Make her better, God! God, make her better! Make her better! Oh, can't you make her better?" Greyer grew the shadows round the little hut. The bullocks' outlines had faded, and only an indistinct mass of soft black loomed across the light. Behind the trees the fire was going out. Here and there were yellow, vivid streaks yet, but the flaming sun edge had dipped beyond the world, and the purple, delicate veil was dropping down. A curlew's note broke the silence, wild, mournful, unearthly. Meg shivered and sat up straight. Judy's brow grew damp, her eyes dilated, her lips trembled. "Meg," she said, in a whisper that cut the air. "Oh, Meg, I'm frightened. Meg, I'm so frightened." "God," said Meg's heart. "Meg, say something. Meg, help me. Look at the dark, Meg. Meg, I can't die. Oh, why don't they be quick?" Nellie flew to the fence again, then to say, "Make her better, God. Oh, please, God." "Meg, I can't think of anything to say. Can't you say something, Meg? Aren't there prayers about the dying in the prayer book? I forget. Say something, Meg." Meg's lips moved, but her tongue uttered no word. "Meg, I'm so frightened. I can't think of anything but for what we are about to receive, and that's grace, isn't it? And there's nothing in Our Father that would do either. Meg, I wish we'd gone to Sunday school and learnt things. Look at the dark, Meg. Oh, Meg, hold my hands." "Heaven won't be dark," Meg's lips said. Even when speech came, it was only a halting, stereotyped phrase that fell from them. "If it's all gold and diamonds, I don't want to go." The child was crying now. "Oh, Meg, I want to be alive. How'd you like to die, Meg, when you're only 13? Think how lonely I'll be without you all. Oh, Meg. Oh, Pip, Pip. Oh, baby, Nell." The tears streamed down her cheeks, her chest rose and fell. "Oh, say something, Meg. Hymns, anything." Half the book of Hymns Ancient and Modern danced across Meg's brain. Which one could she think of that would bring quiet into those feverish eyes that were fastened on her face with such a frightening, imploring look? Then she opened her lips. "Come unto me, ye weary, and I will give you rest. Oh, I'm not weary. I don't want to rest," Judy said in a fretful tone. Again Meg tried. "My God, my Father, while I stray far from my home on life's rough way, oh, teach me from my heart to say, Thy will be done." "That's for old people," said the little tired voice. "He won't expect me to say it." Then Meg remembered the most beautiful hymn in the world, and said the first and last verses without a break in her voice. Abide with me. Fast falls the eventide. The darkness deepens. Lord, with me abide. When other helpers fail and comforts flee, help of the helpless, oh, abide with me. Hold thou thy cross before my closing eyes. Shine through the gloom and point me to the skies. Heaven's morning breaks and earth's vain shadows flee. In life, in death, O Lord, abide with me. Oh, and Judy dear, we are forgetting there's Mother, Judy dear. You won't be lonely. Can't you remember Mother's eyes, little Judy? Judy grew quiet, and still more quiet. She shut her eyes so she could not see the gathering shadows. Meg's arms were round her, Meg's cheek was on her brow. Nell was holding her hands, Baby her feet. Bunty's lips were on her hair. Like that they went with her right to the great valley, where there are no lights even for stumbling childish feet. The shadows were cold and smote upon their hearts. They could feel the wind from the strange waters on their brows, but only she who was about to cross heard the low lapping of the waves. Just as her feet touched the water, there was a figure in the doorway. "Judy!" said a wild voice, and Pip brushed them aside and fell down beside her. "Judy, Judy, Judy!" The light flickered back in her eyes. She kissed him with pale lips once, twice. She gave him both her hands and her last smile. Then the wind blew over them all, and with a little shudder she slipped away. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22, and last. She seemed a thing that could not feel the touch of earthly years. No motion has she now, no force, she neither hears nor sees, rolled round in earth's diurnal course with rocks and stones and trees. They went home again, the 6 of them, and Esther, who all her days would go the softlier, sadlier, because of the price that had been paid for the life of her little sweet son. The very air of Yarrahappini seemed to crush them and hang heavy on their souls. So when the captain, who had hurried up to see the last of his poor little girl, asked if they would like to go home, they all said yes. There was a green space of ground on a hilltop behind the cottage, and a clump of wattle trees, dark green now, but gold-crowned and gracious in the spring. This is where they left little Judy. All around it Mr. Hassel had white tall palings put. The short grave was in the shady corner of it. The place looked like a tiny churchyard in a children's country where there had been only one death, or a green fair field with one little garden bed. Meg was glad the little mound looked to the east. The suns died behind it. The orange and yellow and purple suns she could not bear to watch ever again while she lived. But away in the east they rose tenderly always, and the light crept up across the sky to the hilltop in delicate pinks and trembling blues and brightening greys, but never fiery yellow streaks that made the eyes ache with hot tears. There was a moon making it white and beautiful when they said good-bye to it on the last day. They plucked a blade or two of grass each from the fresh turfs and turned away. Nobody cried. The white stillness of the far moon and pale hanging stars, the faint wind stirring the wattles, held back their tears till they had closed the little gate behind them and left her alone on the quiet hilltop. Then they went back to Misrule, each to pick up the thread of life and go on with the weaving that must be done, or hearts would break every day. Meg had grown older. She would never be quite so young again as she had been before that red sunset sank into her soul. There was a deeper light in her eyes. Such tears as she had wept clear the sight till life becomes a thing more distinct and far-reaching. Nellie and she went to church the first Sunday after their return. Aldith was a few pews away, light-souled as ever, dressed in gay attire, flashing smiling, coquettish glances across to the Courtneys' pew and the Grahams sitting just behind. How far away Meg had grown from her! It seemed years since she had been engrossed with the latest mode in hat trimming, the dip of umbrella skirts, and the best method of making the hands white. Years since she had tried a trembling prentice hand at flirtations. Years almost since she had given the little blue ribbon at Yarrahappini that was doing more good than she dreamed of. Alan looked at her from his pew, the little figure in its sorrowful black, the shining hair hanging in a plait no longer frizzed at the end, the chastened droop of the young lips, the wistful sadness of the blue eyes. He could hardly realise it was the little scatterbrained girl who had written that letter and stolen away through the darkness to meet his graceless young brother. He clasped her hand when church was over, his grey eyes with the quick moisture in them, made up for the clumsy stumbling words of sympathy he tried to speak. "Let us be friends always, Miss Meg," he said as they parted at the Misrule gate. "Yes, let us," said Meg. And the firm, frank friendship became a beautiful thing in both their lives, strengthening Meg and making the boy gentler. Pip became his laughing, high-spirited self again, as even the most loving boy will, thanks to the merciful making of young hearts. But he used to get sudden fits of depression at times, and disappear all at once, in the midst of a game of cricket or football, or from the table when the noise was at its highest. Bunty presented to the world just as grimy a face as of old, and hands even more grubby. For he had taken a mechanical turn of late and spent his spare moments in manufacturing printing machines, so called, and fearful, wonderful engines out of an old stove and some pots and rusty frying pans rescued from the rubbish heap. But he did not tell quite so many stories in these days. That deep sunset had stolen even into his young heart. And whenever he felt inclined to say, "I never, 'twasn't me, 'twasn't my fault," a tangle of dark curls rose before him, just as they had lain that night when he had not dared to move his eyes away from them. Baby's legs engrossed her very much at present, for she had just been promoted from socks to stockings. And all who remember the occasion in their own lives will realise the importance of it to her. Nell seemed to grow prettier every day. Pip had his hands full with trying to keep her from growing conceited. If brotherly rubs and snubs availed anything, she ought to have been as lowly minded as if she had had red hair and a nose of heavenward bent. Esther said she wished she could buy a few extra years, a stern brow and dignity in large quantities from some place or other. There might be some chance then of Misrule resuming its baptismal and unexciting name of the River House. But oddly enough, no one echoed the wish. The captain never smoked at the end of the side veranda now. The ill-kept lawn made him see always a little figure in a pink frock and battered hat mowing the grass in a blaze of sunlight. Judy's death made his 6 living children dearer to his heart, though he showed his affection very little more. The General grew chubbier and more adorable every day he lived. It is no exaggeration to say they all worshipped him now in his little kingly babyhood, for the dear life had been twice given, and the second time it was Judy's gift, and priceless therefore. My pen has been moving heavily, slowly for these last 2 chapters. It refuses to run lightly, freely again just yet, so I will lay it aside or I shall sadden you. Some day, if you would care to hear it, I should like to tell you of my young Australians again, slipping a little space of years. Until then, farewell and adieu. End of chapter 22. End of 7 Little Australians by Ethel Turner. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Chris Hughes, readear.blogspot.com. 3 Men in a Boat by Jerome K. Jerome. Chapter 9. George is introduced to work. Heathenish instincts of tow lines. Ungrateful conduct of a double-sculling skiff. Towers and towed. A use discovered for lovers. Strange disappearance of an elderly lady. Much haste, less speed. Being towed by girls, exciting sensation. The missing lock or the haunted river. Music, saved. We made George work, now we got him. He did not want to work, of course, that goes without saying. He'd had a hard time in the city, so he explained. Harris, who's callous in his nature and not prone to pity, said, "Ah, and now you're going to have a hard time on the river for a change. Change is good for everyone. Out you get." He could not in conscience, not even George's conscience, object, though he did suggest that perhaps it would be better for him to stop in the boat and get tea ready while Harris and I towed, because getting tea was such a worrying work, and Harris and I looked tired. The only reply we made to this, however, was to pass him over the tow line, and he took it and stepped out. There is something very strange and unaccountable about a tow line. You roll it up with as much patience and care as you take to fold up a new pair of trousers, and 5 minutes afterwards, when you pick it up, it is one ghastly, soul-revolting tangle. I do not wish to be insulting, but I firmly believe that if you took an average tow line and stretched it out straight across the middle of a field, and then turned your back on it for 30 seconds, that when you looked round again, you'd found that it had got itself all together in a heap in the middle of the field, and had twisted itself up, and tied itself into knots, and lost its 2 ends, and become all loops. And it would take you a good half hour sitting down on the grass and swearing all the while to disentangle it again. This is my opinion of tow lines in general. Of course, there may be honourable exceptions. I do not say that there are not. There may be tow lines that are a credit to their profession. Conscientious, respectable tow lines that do not imagine they are crochet work and try to knit themselves up into antimacassars the instant they are left to themselves. I say there may be such tow lines. I sincerely hope there are, but I have not met with them. This tow line I had taken in myself just before we got to the lock. I would not let Harris touch it, because he is careless. I had looped it round slowly and cautiously, and tied it up in the middle, and folded it in 2, and laid it down gently at the bottom of the boat. Harris had lifted it up scientifically and had put it into George's hand. George had taken it firmly and held it away from him, and had begun to unravel it as if he were taking the swaddling clothes off a newborn infant, and before he'd unwound it a dozen yards, the thing was more like a badly made doormat than anything else. It is always the same, and the same sort of thing always goes on in connection with it. The man on the bank, who's trying to disentangle it, thinks all the fault lies with the man who rolled it up, and when a man on the river thinks a thing, he says it. "What have you been trying to do with it? Make a fishing net of it? You've made a nice mess, you have. Why couldn't you wind it up properly, you silly dummy?" he grunts from time to time as he struggles wildly with it and lays it out flat on the towpath and runs round and round it trying to find the end. On the other hand, the man who wound it up thinks the whole cause of the muddle rests with the man who's trying to unwind it. "It was all right when you took it," he exclaims indignantly. "Why don't you think what you're doing? You go about things in such a slapdash style. You'd get a scaffolding pole entangled, you would." And they feel so angry with one another that they would like to hang each other with the thing. 10 minutes go by, and the first man gives a yell and goes mad and dances on the rope and tries to pull it straight by seizing hold of the first piece that comes to his hand and hauling at it. Of course, this only gets it into a tighter tangle than ever. Then the second man climbs out of the boat and comes to help him, and they get in each other's way and hinder one another. They both get hold of the same bit of line and pull at it in opposite directions and wonder where it is caught. In the end they do get it clear, and then turn round and find the boat has drifted off and is making straight for the weir. This really happened once, to my own knowledge. It was up by Boveney, one rather windy morning. We were pulling downstream, and as we came round the bend we noticed a couple of men on the bank. They were looking at each other with as bewildered and helplessly miserable expression as I have ever witnessed on any human countenance before or since, and they held a long tow-line between them. It was clear that something had happened, so we eased up and asked them what was the matter. "Why, our boat's gone off," they replied, in an indignant tone. "We just got out to disentangle the tow line, and when we looked round, it was gone." And they seemed hurt at what they evidently regarded as a mean and ungrateful act on the part of the boat. We found the truant for them half a mile further down, held by some rushes, and we brought it back to them. I bet they did not give that boat another chance for a week. I shall never forget the picture of those two men walking up and down the bank with a tow line, looking for their boat. One sees a good many funny incidents up the river in connection with towing. One of the most common is the sight of a couple of towers walking briskly along, deep in an animated discussion, while the man in the boat 100 yards behind them is vainly shrieking to them to stop and making frantic signs of distress with a scull. Something has gone wrong. The rudder has come off, or the boat hook has slipped overboard, or his hat has dropped into the water and is floating rapidly downstream. He calls to them to stop, quite gently and politely at first. "Hi, stop a minute, will you?" he shouts cheerily. "I've dropped my hat overboard." Then, "Hi, Tom! Dick, can't you hear?" Not quite so affably this time. Then, "Hi, confound you, you dunderheaded idiots! Hi, stop! Oh, you—" After that, he springs up and dances about and roars himself red in the face and curses everything he knows. And the small boys on the bank stop and jeer at him and pitch stones at him as he's pulling along past them at the rate of 4 miles an hour and can't get out. Much of this sort of trouble would be saved if those who are towing would keep remembering that they are towing and give a pretty frequent look round to see how their man is getting on. It's best to let one person tow. When two are doing it, they get chattering and forget, and the boat itself, offering as it does but little resistance, is of no real service in reminding them of the fact. As an example of how utterly oblivious a pair of towers can be to their work, George told us, later on in the evening, when we were discussing the subject after supper, of a very curious instance. He and 3 other men, so he said, were sculling a very heavily laden boat up from Maidenhead one evening, and a little above Cookham Lock they noticed a fellow and a girl walking along the towpath, both deep in an apparently interesting and absorbing conversation. They were carrying a boat hook between them, and attached to the boat hook was a tow line, which trailed behind them, its end in the water. No boat was near, no boat was in sight. There must have been a boat attached to that tow line at some time or other, that was certain. But what had become of it, what ghastly fate had overtaken it and those who'd been left in it, was buried in mystery. Whatever the accident may have been, however, it had in no way disturbed the young lady and gentleman who were towing. They had the boat hook, and they had the line, and that seemed to be all that they thought necessary to their work. George was about to call out and wake them up, but at that moment a bright idea flashed across him, and he didn't. He got the hitcher instead, and reached over and drew in the end of the tow line, and they made a loop in it and put it over the mast, and then they tidied up the sculls and went in and sat down in the stern and lit their pipes. And that young man and young woman towed those 4 hulking chaps and a heavy boat up to Marlow. George said he never saw so much thoughtful sadness concentrated into one glance before as when, at the lock, that young couple grasped the idea that for the last 2 miles they'd been towing the wrong boat. George fancied that if it had not been for the restraining influence of the sweet woman at his side, the young man might have given way to violent language. The maiden was the first to recover from her surprise, and when she did, she clasped her hands and said wildly, "Oh, Henry, then where is Auntie?" "Did they ever recover the old lady?" asked Harris. George replied he did not know. Another example of the dangerous want of sympathy between tower and towed was witnessed by George and myself once up near Walton. It was where the towpath shelves gently down into the water, and we were camping on the opposite bank, noticing things in general. By and by a small boat came in sight, towed through the water at a tremendous pace by a powerful barge horse, on which sat a very small boy. Scattered about the boat in dreamy and reposeful attitudes lay 5 fellows, the man who was steering having a particularly restful appearance. "I should like to see him pull the wrong line," murmured George as they passed, and at that precise moment the man did it, and the boat rushed up the bank with a noise like the ripping of 40,000 linen sheets. 2 men, a hamper, and 3 oars immediately left the boat on the larboard side and reclined on the bank, and 1½ moments afterwards 2 other men disembarked from the starboard and sat down among boat hooks and sails and carpet bags and bottles. The last man went on 20 yards further and then got out on his head. This seemed to sort of lighten the boat, and it went on much easier, the small boy shouting at the top of his voice and urging his steed into a gallop. The fellows sat up and stared at one another. It was some seconds before they realized what had happened to them, but when they did, they began to shout lustily for the boy to stop. He, however, was too much occupied with the horse to hear them, and we watched them, flying after him until the distance hid them from view. I cannot say I was sorry at this mishap. Indeed, I only wish that all the young fools who have their boats towed in this fashion, and plenty do, could meet with similar misfortunes. Besides the risk they run themselves, they become a danger and an annoyance to every other boat they pass. Going at the pace they do, it is impossible for them to get out of anybody else's way, or for anybody else to get out of theirs. Their line gets hitched across your mast and overturns you, or it catches somebody in the boat and either throws them into the water or cuts their face open. The best plan is to stand your ground, and be prepared to keep them off with the butt end of a mast. Of all experiences in connection with towing, the most exciting is being towed by girls. It is a sensation that nobody ought to miss. It takes 3 girls to tow always. 2 hold the rope, and the other one runs round and giggles. They generally begin by getting themselves tied up. They get the line round their legs, and have to sit down on the path and undo each other, and then they twist it round their necks and are nearly strangled. They fix it straight, however, at last, and start off at a run, pulling the boat along at quite a dangerous pace. At the end of 100 yards they're naturally breathless and suddenly stop, and all sit down on the grass and laugh, and your boat drifts out to midstream and turns round before you know what's happened or can get hold of a scull. Then they stand up and are surprised. "Oh, look," they say, "he's gone right out into the middle." They pull on pretty steadily for a bit after this, and then it all at once occurs to one of them that she will pin up her frock, and they ease up for the purpose, and the boat runs aground. You jump up and push it off, and you shout to them not to stop. "Yes, what's the matter?" they shout back. "Don't stop!" you roar. "Don't what?" "Don't stop! Go on! Go on!" "Go back, Emily, and see what it is they want," says one, and Emily comes back and asks what it is. "What do you want?" she says. "Anything happened?" "No," you reply, "it's all right, only go on, don't stop." "Why not?" "Why, we can't steer if you keep stopping. You must keep some way on the boat." "Keep some what?" "Some way. You must keep the boat moving." "Oh, all right, I'll tell them. Are we doing it all right?" "Oh, yes, very nicely indeed, only don't stop." "It doesn't seem difficult at all. I thought it was so hard." "Oh, no, it's simple enough. You want to keep on steady at it, that's all." "I see. Give me out my red shawl, it's under the cushion." You find the shawl and hand it out, and by this time another one has come back and thinks she will have hers too, and they take Mary's on chance. And Mary does not want it, so they bring it back and have a pocket comb instead. It's about 20 minutes before they get off again, and at the next corner they see a cow, and you have to leave the boat to chivvy the cow out of their way. There's never a dull moment in the boat while girls are towing it. George got the line right after a while and towed us steadily on to Penton Hook. There we discussed the important question of camping. We had decided to sleep on board that night, and we had either to lay up just about there or go on past Staines. It seemed early to think about shutting up then, however, with the sun still in the heavens, and we settled to push straight on for Runnymede, 3.5 miles further, a quiet wooded part of the river where there's good shelter. We all wished, however, afterwards that we'd stopped at Penton Hook. 3 or 4 miles upstream is a trifle early in the morning, but it is a weary pull at the end of a long day. You take no interest in the scenery during these last few miles. You do not chat and laugh. Every half-mile you cover seems like 2. You can hardly believe you're only where you are, and you're convinced that the map must be wrong, and when you've trudged along for what seems to you at least 10 miles, and still the loch is not in sight, you begin to seriously fear that somebody must have sneaked it and run off with it. I remember being terribly upset once in the river, in a figurative sense, I mean. I was out with a young lady, cousin on my mother's side, and we were pulling down to Goring. It was rather late, and we were anxious to get in. At least, she was anxious to get in. It was 6:30 when we reached Benson's Lock, and dusk was drawing on, and she began to get excited then. She said she must be in to supper. I said it was a thing I felt I wanted to be in at too, and drew out a map I had with me to see exactly how far it was. I saw it was just 1.5 miles to the next lock, Wallingford, and 5 on from there to Cleve. "Oh, it's all right," I said. "We'll be through the next lock before 7, and then there's only one more," and I settled down and pulled steadily away. We passed the bridge, and soon after that I asked if she saw the lock. She said no, she did not see any lock, and I said "oh," and pulled on. Another 5 minutes went by, and then I asked her to look again. "No," she said, "I can't see any signs of a lock." You are sure you know a lock when you do see one?" I asked hesitatingly, not wishing to offend her. The question did offend her, however, and she suggested that I had better look for myself. So I laid down the sculls and took a view. The river stretched out straight before us in the twilight for about a mile. Not a ghost of a lock was to be seen. "You don't think we've lost our way, do you?" asked my companion. I didn't see how that was possible, though, as I suggested, we might have somehow got into the Weir stream and be making for the falls. This idea did not comfort her in the least, and she began to cry. She said we should both be drowned, and that it was a judgment on her for coming out with me. It seemed an excessive punishment, I thought, but my cousin thought not, and hoped it would all soon be over. I tried to reassure her and to make light of the whole affair. I said that the fact evidently was that I was not rowing as fast as I fancied I was, but that we should soon reach the lock now, and I pulled on for another mile. Then I began to get nervous myself. I looked again at the map. There was Wallingford Lock, clearly marked, 1.5 miles below Benson's. It was a good, reliable map, and besides, I recollected the lock myself. I'd been through it twice. Where were we? What had happened to us? I began to think it must all be a dream, and that I was really asleep in bed, and should wake up in a minute and be told it was past 10. I asked my cousin if she thought it could be a dream, and she replied that she was just about to ask me the same question, and then we both wondered if we were both asleep, and if so, who was the real one that was dreaming, and who was the one that was only a dream. It got quite interesting. I still went on pulling, however, and still no lock came in sight, and the river grew more and more gloomy and mysterious under the gathering shadows of night, and things seemed to be getting weird and uncanny. I thought of hobgoblins and banshees and will-o'-the-wisps and those wicked girls who sit up all night on rocks and lure people into whirlpools and things. And I wished I had been a better man and knew more hymns. And in the middle of these reflections I heard the blessed strains of "He's Got 'em On" played badly on a concertina, and knew that we were saved. I do not admire the tones of a concertina as a rule, but oh, how beautiful the music seemed to us both then, far, far more beautiful than the voice of Orpheus or the lute of Apollo or anything of that sort could have sounded. Heavenly melody, in our then state of mind, would only have still further harrowed us. A soul-moving harmony, correctly performed, we should have taken as a spirit warning and have given up all hope. But about the strains of "He's Got 'em On" jerked spasmodically and with involuntary variations out of a wheezy accordion, there's something singularly human and reassuring. The sweet sounds drew nearer, and soon the boat from which they were worked lay alongside us. It contained a party of provincial Aries and Ariots out for a moonlight sail. There was not any moon, but that was not their fault. I never saw more attractive, lovable people in all my life. I hailed them, and asked if they could tell me the way to Wallingford Lock, and I explained that I'd been looking for it the last 2 hours. "Wallingford Lock?" they answered. "Lord love you, sir, that's been done away with for over a year. There ain't no Wallingford Lock now, sir. You're close to Cleve now. Blow me tired if here ain't a gentleman been looking for Wallingford Lock, Bill." I had never thought of that. I wanted to fall upon their necks and bless them, but the stream was running too strong just there to allow of this, so I had to content myself with mere cold-sounding words of gratitude. We thanked them over and over again, and we said it was a lovely night, and we wished them a pleasant trip, and I think I invited them all to come and spend a week with me, and my cousin said her mother would be so pleased to see them. And we sang the Soldiers' Chorus out of Faust, and got home in time for supper, after all. End of chapter 9.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Antichrist by Friedrich Nietzsche. Sections 54 through 62. 54. Do not let yourself be deceived. Great intellects are skeptical. Zarathustra is a skeptic. The strength, the freedom which proceed from intellectual power, from a superabundance of intellectual power, manifest themselves as skepticism. Men of fixed convictions do not count when it comes to determining what is fundamental in values and lack of values. Men of convictions are prisoners. They do not see far enough. They do not see what is below them. Whereas a man who would talk to any purpose about value and non-value must be able to see 500 convictions beneath him and behind him. A mind that aspires to great things, and that wills the means thereto, is necessarily skeptical. Freedom from any sort of conviction belongs to strength and to an independent point of view. That grand passion, which is at once the foundation and the power of a skeptic's existence, and is both more enlightened and more despotic than he is himself, drafts the whole of his intellect into its service. It makes him unscrupulous. It gives him courage to employ unholy means. Under certain circumstances, it does not begrudge him even convictions. Conviction as a means. One may achieve a good deal by means of a conviction. A grand passion makes use of and uses up convictions. It does not yield to them. It knows itself to be sovereign. On the contrary, the need of faith, of something unconditioned by yea or nay, of Carlyleism, if I may be allowed the word, is a need of weakness. The man of faith, the believer of any sort, is necessarily a dependent man. Such a man cannot posit himself as a goal, nor can he find goals within himself. The believer does not belong to himself. He can only be a means to an end. He must be used up. He needs someone to use him up. His instinct gives the highest honors to an ethic of self-effacement. He is prompted to embrace it by everything, his prudence, his experience, his vanity. Every sort of faith is in itself an evidence of self-effacement, of self-estrangement. When one reflects how necessary it is to the great majority that there be regulations to restrain them from without and hold them fast, and to what extent control, or, in a higher sense, slavery, is the one and only condition which makes for the well-being of the weak-willed man, and especially woman, then one at once understands conviction and faith. To the man with convictions, they are his backbone. To avoid seeing many things, to be impartial about nothing, to be a party man through and through, to estimate all values strictly and infallibly, these are the conditions necessary to the existence of such a man. But by the same token, they are antagonists of the truthful man, of the truth. The believer is not free to answer the question, true or not true, according to the dictates of his own conscience. Integrity on this point would work his instant downfall. The pathological limitations of his vision turn the man of convictions into a fanatic. Savonarola, Luther, Rousseau, Robespierre, Saint-Simon, these types stand in opposition to the strong, emancipated spirit. But the grandiose attitudes of these sick intellects, these intellectual epileptics, are of influence upon the great masses. Fanatics are picturesque, and mankind prefers observing poses to listening to reasons. 55. One step further in the psychology of conviction, of faith. It is now a good while since I first proposed for consideration the question whether convictions are not even more dangerous enemies to truth than lies. Paren. Human all too human. 1. Aphorism 483. Translator's footnote 27. The aphorism which is headed, "The Enemies of Truth," makes the direct statement, "Convictions are more dangerous enemies of truth than lies." End footnote, end paren. This time, I desire to put the question definitively. Is there any actual difference between a lie and a conviction? All the world believes that there is, but what is not believed by all the world? Every conviction has a history, its primitive forms, its stage of tentativeness and error. It becomes a conviction only after having been for a long time not one, and then for an even longer time hardly one. What if falsehood be also one of these embryonic forms of conviction? Sometimes all that is needed is a change in persons. What was a lie in the Father becomes a conviction in the Son. I call it lying to refuse to see what one sees, or to refuse to see it as it is. Whether the lie be uttered before witnesses or not before witnesses is of no consequence. The most common sort of lie is that by which a man deceives himself. The deception of others is a relatively rare offense. Now, this will not to see what one sees, this will not to see it as it is almost the first requisite for all who belong to a party of whatever sort. The party man becomes inevitably a liar. For example, the German historians are convinced that Rome was synonymous with despotism, and that the Germanic peoples brought the spirit of liberty into the world. What is the difference between this conviction and a lie? Is it to be wondered at that all partisans, including the German historians, instinctively roll the fine phrases of morality upon their tongues, that morality almost owes its very survival to the fact that the party man of every sort has need of it every moment? This is our conviction. We publish it to the whole world. We live and die for it. Let us respect all who have convictions. I have actually heard such sentiments from the mouths of anti-Semites. On the contrary, gentlemen, an anti-Semite surely does not become more respectable because he lies on principle. The priests, who have more finesse in such matters, and who well understand the objection that lies against the notion of a conviction, which is to say, of a falsehood that becomes a matter of principle because it serves a purpose, have borrowed from the Jews the shrewd device of sneaking in the concepts God, the will of God, and the revelation of God at this place. Kant, too, with his categorical imperative, was on the same road. This was his practical reason. Translator's footnote 28. A reference, of course, to Kant's Kritik der praktischen Vernunft, paren, critique of practical reason, end paren, end footnote. There are questions regarding the truth or untruth of which it is not for man to decide. All the capital questions of valuation, are beyond human reason. To know the limits of reason, that alone is genuine philosophy. Why did God make a revelation to man? Would God have done anything superfluous? Man could not find out for himself what was good and what was evil, so God taught him his will. Moral: the priest does not lie. The question, true or untrue, has nothing to do with such things as the priest discusses. It is impossible to lie about these things. In order to lie here, it would be necessary to know what is true, but this is more than man can know. Therefore, the priest is simply the mouthpiece of God. Such a priestly syllogism is by no means merely Jewish and Christian. The right to lie and the shrewd dodge of revelation belong to the general priestly type, to the priest of the Décadence as well as to the priest of pagan times. Pagans are all those who say yes to life, and to whom God is a word signifying acquiescence in all things. The law, the will of God, the holy book, and inspiration, all these things are merely words for the conditions under which the priest comes to power, and with which he maintains his power. These concepts are to be found at the bottom of all priestly organizations, and of all priestly or priestly philosophical schemes of governments. The holy lie, common alike to Confucius, to the Code of Manu, to Mohammed, and to the Christian Church, is not even wanting in Plato. Truth is here. This means, no matter where it's heard, the priest lies. 56. In the last analysis, it comes to this. What is the end of lying? The fact that, in Christianity, holy ends are not visible is my objection to the means it deploys. Only bad ends appear. The poisoning, the calumniation, the denial of life, the despising of the body, the degradation and self-contamination of man by the concept of sin. Therefore, its means are also bad. I have a contrary feeling when I read the Code of Manu, an incomparably more intellectual and superior work, which it would be sin against the intelligence to so much as name in the same breath as the Bible. It is easy to see why. There is a genuine philosophy behind it, in it, not merely an evil-smelling mess of Jewish rabbinism and superstition. It gives even the most fastidious psychologist something to sink his teeth into. And, not to forget what is most important, it differs fundamentally from every kind of Bible. By means of it, the nobles, the philosophers and the warriors, keep the whip hand over the majority. It is full of noble valuations. It shows a feeling of perfection, an acceptance of life, and a triumphant feeling towards self and the life. The sun shines upon the whole book. All the things on which Christianity vents its fathomless vulgarity, for example, procreation, women, and marriage, are here handled earnestly, with reverence and with love and confidence. How can anyone really put into the hands of children and ladies a book which contains such vile things as this? To avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband. It is better to marry than to burn. Translator's footnote number 29. 1 Corinthians 7:2-9, end footnote. And it is possible to be a Christian so long as the origin of man is Christianized, which is to say, befouled by the doctrine of the Immaculata Conceptio. I know of no book in which so many delicate and kindly things are said of women as in the Code of Manu. These old greybeards and saints have a way of being gallant to women that it would be impossible perhaps to surpass. The mouth of a woman, it says in one place, the breasts of a maiden, the prayer of a child, and the smoke of sacrifice are always pure. In another place, there is nothing purer than the light of the sun, the shadow cast by a cow, air, water, fire, and the breath of a maiden. Finally, in still another place, perhaps this is also a holy lie, all the orifices of the body above the navel are pure, and all below are impure. Only in the maiden is the whole body pure. 57. One catches the unholiness of Christian means in flagranti by the simple process of putting the ends sought by Christianity beside the ends sought by the Code of Manu, by putting these enormously antithetical ends under a strong light. The critic of Christianity cannot evade the necessity of making Christianity contemptible. A book of laws such as the Code of Manu has the same origin as every other good law book. It epitomizes the experience, the sagacity, and the ethical experimentation of long centuries. It brings things to a conclusion. It no longer creates. The prerequisite to a codification of this sort is recognition of the fact that the means which establish the authority of a slowly and painfully attained truth are fundamentally different from those which one would make use of to prove it. A law book never recites the utility, the grounds, the casuistical antecedents of a law, for if it did so, it would lose the imperative tone, the thou shall, on which obedience is based. The problem lies exactly here. At a certain point in the evolution of a people, the class within it of the greatest insight, which is to say, the greatest hindsight and foresight, declares that the series of experiences determining how all shall live, or can live, has come to an end. The object now is to reap as rich and as complete a harvest as possible from the days of experiment and hard experience. In consequence, the thing that is to be avoided above everything is further experimentation, the continuation of the state in which values are fluent and are tested, chosen, and criticized ad infinitum. Against this, a double wall is set up. On the one hand, revelation, which is the assumption that the reasons lying behind the laws are not of human origin, that they were not sought out and found by a slow process and after many errors, but that they are of divine ancestry and came into being complete, perfect, without a history, as a free gift, a miracle. And on the other hand, tradition, which is the assumption that the law has stood unchanged from time immemorial, and that it is impious and a crime against one's forefathers to bring it into question. The authority of the law is thus grounded on the thesis: God gave it, and the fathers lived it. The higher motive of such procedure lies in the design to distract consciousness, step by step, from its concern with notions of right living. That is to say, those that have been proved to be right by wide and carefully considered experience, so that instinct attains to a perfect automatism, a primary necessary to every sort of mastery, to every sort of perfection in the art of life. To draw up such a law book as Manu's means to lay before a people the possibility of future mastery, of attainable perfection. It permits them to aspire to the highest reaches of the art of life. To that end, the thing must be made unconscious. That is the aim of every holy lie. The order of castes, the highest, the dominating law, is merely the ratification of an order of nature, of a natural law of the first rank, over which no arbitrary fiat, no modern idea can exert any influence. In every healthy society, there are three physiological types, gravitating towards differentiation, but mutually conditioning one another, and each of these has its own hygiene, its own sphere of work, its own special mastery and feeling of perfection. It is not Manu, but nature that sets off in one class those who are chiefly intellectual, in another those who are marked by muscular strength and temperament, and in a third those who are distinguished in neither one way or the other, but show only mediocrity. The last named represents the great majority, and the first two the select. The superior caste, I call it the fewest, has, as the most perfect, the privileges of the few. It stands for happiness, for beauty, for everything good upon earth. Only the most intellectual of men have any right to beauty, to the beautiful. Only in them can goodness escape being weakness. Pulchrum est paucorum hominum. Translator's footnote 30. Few men are noble. End footnote. Goodness is a privilege. Nothing could be more unbecoming to them than uncouth manners, or a pessimistic look, or an eye that sees ugliness, or indignation against the general aspect of things. Indignation is the privilege of the Chandala, so is pessimism. The world is perfect, so prompts the instinct of the intellectual, the instinct of the man who says yes to life. Imperfection, whatever is inferior to us, distance, the pathos of distance, even the Chandala themselves, are parts of this perfection. The most intelligent men, like the strongest, find their happiness where others would find only disaster, in the labyrinth, in being hard with themselves and with others, in effort. Their delight is in self-mastery. In them, asceticism becomes second nature, a necessity, an instinct. They regard a difficult task as a privilege. It is to them a recreation to play with burdens that would crush all others. Knowledge, a form of asceticism. They are the most honorable kind of men, but that does not prevent them being the most cheerful and the most amiable. They rule not because they want to, but because they are. They are not at liberty to play second. The second caste. To this belong the guardians of the law, the keepers of order and security, the more noble warriors, above all, the king as the highest form of warrior, judge, and preserver of the law. The second in rank constitute the executive arm of the intellectuals. The next to them in rank, taking from them all that is rough in the business of ruling, their followers, their right hand, their most apt disciples. In all this, I repeat, there is nothing arbitrary, nothing made up. Whatever is to the contrary is made up. By it, nature is brought to shame. The order of castes, the order of rank, simply formulates the supreme law of life itself. The separation of the three types is necessary to the maintenance of society, and to the evolution of higher types, and the highest types. The inequality of rights is essential to the existence of any rights at all. A right is a privilege. Everyone enjoys the privileges that accord with his state of existence. Let us not underestimate the privileges of the mediocre. Life is always harder as one mounts the heights. The cold increases, responsibility increases. A high civilization is a pyramid. It can stand only on a broad base. Its primary prerequisite is a strong and soundly consolidated mediocrity. The handicrafts, commerce, agriculture, science, the greater part of art, in brief, the whole range of occupational activities, are compatible only with mediocre ability and aspiration. Such callings would be out of place for exceptional men. The instincts which belong to them stand as much opposed to aristocracy as to anarchism. The fact that a man is publicly useful, that he is a wheel, a function, is evidence of a natural predisposition. It is not society, but the only sort of happiness that the majority are capable of, that makes them intelligent machines. To the mediocre, mediocrity is a form of happiness. They have a natural instinct for mastering one thing, for specialization. It would be altogether unworthy of a profound intellect to see anything objectionable in mediocrity in itself. It is, in fact, the first prerequisite to the appearance of the exceptional. It is a necessary condition to a high degree of civilization. When the exceptional man handles the mediocre man with more delicate fingers than he applies to himself or to his equals, this is not merely kindness of heart, it is simply his duty. Whom do I hate most heartily among the rabbles of today? The rabble of socialists, the apostles to the Chandala, who undermine the working man's instincts, his pleasures, his feeling of contentment with his petty existence, who make him envious and teach him revenge. Wrong never lies in unequal rights. It lies in the assertion of equal rights. What is bad? But I have already answered. All that proceeds from weakness, from envy, from revenge. The anarchist and the Christian have the same ancestry. 58. In point of fact, the end for which one lies makes a great difference, whether one preserves thereby or destroys. There is a perfect likeness between Christian and anarchist. Their object, their instinct, points only toward destruction. One need only turn to history for proof of this. There it appears with appalling distinctness. We have just studied a code of religious legislation whose object it was to convert the conditions which cause life to flourish into an eternal social organization. Christianity found its mission in putting an end to such an organization, because life flourished under it. There, the benefits that reason had produced during long ages of experiment and insecurity were applied to the most remote uses, and an effort was made to bring in a harvest that should be as large, as rich, and as complete as possible. Here, on the contrary, the harvest is blighted overnight. That which stood there, ere perennis, the Imperium Romanum, the most magnificent form of organization under difficult conditions that has ever been achieved, and compared to which, everything before it and after it appears as patchwork, bungling, dilettantism. Those holy anarchists made it a matter of piety to destroy the world, which is to say, the Imperium Romanum, so that in the end not a stone stood upon another, and even Germans and other such louts were able to become its masters. The Christian and the anarchist, both are décadents, both are incapable of any act that is not disintegrating, poisonous, degenerating, blood-sucking. Both have an instinct of mortal hatred of everything that stands up and is great and has durability and promises life a future. Christianity was the vampire of the Imperium Romanum. Overnight, it destroyed the vast achievement of the Romans, the conquest of the soil for a great culture that could await its time. Can it be that this fact is not yet understood? The Imperium Romanum that we know, and that the history of the Roman provinces teaches us to know better and better, this, most admirable of all works of art in the grand manner, was merely the beginning. and the structure to follow was not to prove its worth for thousands of years. To this day, nothing on a like scale sub specie aeterni has been brought into being, or even dreamed of. This organization was strong enough to withstand bad emperors. The accident of personality has nothing to do with such things. The first principle of all genuinely great architecture. But it was not strong enough to stand up against the corruptest of all forms of corruption, against Christians. These stealthy worms, which under the cover of night, mist, and duplicity, crept upon every individual, sucking him dry of all earnest interest in real things, of all instinct for reality, this cowardly, effeminate, and sugar-coated gang gradually alienated all souls, step by step, from that colossal edifice, turning against it all the meritorious, manly, and noble natures that had found in the cause of Rome their own cause, their own serious purpose, their own pride. The sneakishness of hypocrisy, the secrecy of the conventicle, concepts as black as hell, such as the sacrifice of the innocent, the unio mysticae in the drinking of blood. Above all, the slowly rekindled fire of revenge, of Chandala revenge. All that sort of thing became master of Rome. The same kind of religion which, in a pre-existent form, Epicurus had combated. One has but to read Lucretius to know what Epicurus made war upon. Not paganism, but Christianity, which is to say, the corruption of souls by means of the concept of guilt, punishment, and immortality. He combated the subterranean cults, the whole of latent Christianity. To deny immortality was already a form of genuine salvation. Epicurus had triumphed, and every respectable intellect in Rome was Epicurean. When Paul appeared, Paul, the Chandala hatred of Rome, of the world in the flesh and inspired by genius, the Jew, the eternal Jew par excellence, what he saw was how, with the aid of the small sectarian Christian movement that stood apart from Judaism, a world conflagration might be kindled. How, with the symbol of God on the cross, all secret seditions, all the fruits of anarchistic intrigues within the empire might be amalgamated into one immense power. Salvation is of the Jews. Christianity is the formula for exceeding and summing up the subterranean cults of all varieties, that of Osiris, that of the Great Mother, that of Mithras, for instance. In his discernment of this fact, the genius of Paul showed itself. His instinct was here so sure that, with reckless violence to the truth, he put the ideas which lent fascination to every sort of Chandala religion into the mouth of the Savior, as his own inventions, and not only into the mouth. He made out of him something that even a priest of Mithras could understand. This was his revelation at Damascus. He grasped the fact that he needed the belief in immortality in order to rob the world of its value. That the concept of hell would master Rome. That the notion of a beyond is the death of life. Nihilist and Christian. They rhyme in German, and they do more than rhyme. 59. The whole labor of the ancient world gone for naught. I have no word to describe the feelings that such an enormity arouses in me. And considering the fact that its labor was merely preparatory, that with adamantine self-consciousness it laid only the foundations for a work to go on for thousands of years, the whole meaning of antiquity disappears. To what end the Greeks? To what end the Romans? All the prerequisites to a learned culture, all the methods of science were already there. Men had already perfected the great and incomparable art of reading profitably. That first necessity to the tradition of culture, the unity of the sciences, the natural sciences, in alliance with mathematics and mechanics, were on the right road. The sense of fact, the last and most valuable of all the senses, had its schools, and its traditions were already centuries old. Is all this properly understood? Every essential to the beginning of the work was ready, and the most essential, it cannot be said too often, are methods, and also the most difficult to develop, and the longest opposed by habit and laziness. What we have today reconquered with unspeakable self-discipline for ourselves, for certain bad instincts, certain Christian instincts still lurk in our bodies. That is to say, the keen eye for reality, the cautious hand, patience and seriousness in the smallest things, the whole integrity of knowledge. All these things were already there, and had been there for 2,000 years. More, there was also a refined and excellent tact and taste. Not as mere brain-drilling, not as German culture with its loutish manners, but as body, as bearing, as instinct, in short, as reality. All gone for naught. Overnight, it became merely a memory. The Greeks, the Romans, instinctive nobility, taste, methodical inquiry, genius for organization and administration, faith in and the will to secure the future of man, a great yes to everything, entering into the Imperium Romanum and palpable to all the senses, a grand style that was beyond mere art, but had become reality, truth, life, all overwhelmed in a night, but not by a convulsion of nature, not trampled to death by Teutons and others of heavy hoof, but brought to shame by crafty, sneaking, invisible, anemic vampires, not conquered, only sucked dry. Hidden vengefulness, petty envy became master. Everything wretched, intrinsically ailing and invaded by bad feelings, the whole ghetto world of the soul, was once on top. One needs but read any of the Christian agitators, for example, St. Augustine, in order to realize, in order to smell, what filthy fellows came to the top. It would be an error, however, to assume that there was any lack of understanding in the leaders of the Christian movement. But they were clever, clever to the point of holiness, these fathers of the Church. What they lacked was something quite different. Nature neglected, perhaps forgot, to give them even the most modest endowment of respectable, of upright, of cleanly instincts. Between ourselves, they are not even men. If Islam despises Christianity, it has the thousandfold right to do so. Islam at least assumes that it is dealing with men. 60. Christianity destroyed for us the whole harvest of ancient civilization, and later it also destroyed for us the whole harvest of Mohammedan civilization. The wonderful culture of the Moors in Spain, which was fundamentally nearer to us and appealed more to our senses and taste than that of Rome and Greek, was trampled down, I do not say by what sort of feet. Why? Because it had to thank noble and manly instincts for its origin, because it said yes to life, even to the rare and refined luxuriousness of Moorish life. The Crusaders later made war on something before which it would have been more fitting for them to have groveled in the dust. A civilization beside which even that of our 19th century seems very poor and very senile. What they wanted, of course, was booty. The Orient was rich. Let us put aside our prejudices. The Crusades were a higher form of piracy, nothing more. The German nobility, which is fundamentally a Viking nobility, was in its element there. The Church knew only too well how the German nobility was to be won. The German noble, always the Swiss guard of the Church, always in the service of every bad instinct of the Church, but well paid. Consider the fact that it is precisely the aid of German swords and German blood and valor that has enabled the Church to carry through its war to the death upon everything noble on earth. At this point, a host of painful questions suggest themselves. The German nobility stands outside the history of the higher civilization. The reason is obvious. Christianity, alcohol, the two great means of corruption. Intrinsically, there should be no more choice between Islam and Christianity than there is between an Arab and a Jew. The decision is already reached. Nobody remains at liberty to choose here. Either a man is a Chandala or he is not. War to the knife with Rome, peace and friendship with Islam. This was the feeling, this was the act of that great free spirit, that genius among German emperors, Frederick II. What? Must a German first be a genius, a free spirit, before he can feel decently? I can't make out how a German could ever feel Christian. "61. here it becomes necessary to call up a memory that must be 100 times more painful to Germans. The Germans have destroyed for Europe the last great harvest of civilization that Europe was ever to reap, the Renaissance. Is it understood at last? Will it ever be understood what the Renaissance was? The transvaluation of Christian values, an attempt, with all available means, all instincts, and all the resources of genius, to bring about a triumph of the opposite values, the more noble values. This has been the one great war of the past. There has never been a more critical question than that of the Renaissance. It is my question, too. There has never been a form of attack more fundamental, more direct, or more violently delivered by a whole front upon the center of the enemy. To attack at the critical place, at the very seat of Christianity, and there enthrone the more noble values. That is to say, to insinuate them into the instincts, into the most fundamental needs and appetites of those sitting there. I see before me the possibility of a perfectly heavenly enchantment and spectacle. It seems to me to scintillate with all the vibrations of a fine and delicate beauty. And within it, there is naught so divine, so infernally divine, that one might search in vain for thousands of years for another such possibility. I see a spectacle so rich in significance, at the same time so wonderfully full of paradox, that it should arouse all the gods on Olympus to immortal laughter. Caesar Borgia as Pope. Am I understood? Well then, that would have been the sort of triumph I alone am longing for today. By it, Christianity would have been swept away. What happened? A German monk, Luther, came to Rome. This monk, with all the vengeful instincts of an unsuccessful priest in him, raised a rebellion against the Renaissance in Rome, instead of grasping, with profound thanksgiving, the miracle that had taken place, the conquest of Christianity at its capital. Instead of this, his hatred was stimulated by this spectacle. A religious man thinks only of himself. Luther saw only the depravity of the papacy at the very moment when the opposite was becoming apparent. The old corruption, the peccatum originale, Christianity itself, no longer occupied the papal chair. Instead there was life. Instead there was the triumph of life. Instead there was a great yea to all lofty, beautiful, and daring things. And Luther restored the church. He attacked it. The Renaissance, an event without meaning, a great futility. Ah, these Germans, what they have not cost us. Futility. That has always been the work of the Germans. The Reformation, Leibniz, Kant, and so-called German philosophy, the war of liberation, the empire. Every time, a futile substitute for something that once existed, for something irrecoverable. These Germans, I confess, are my enemies. I despise all their uncleanliness in concept and valuation, their cowardice before every honest yea and nay. For nearly 1,000 years they have tangled and confused everything their fingers have touched. They have on the conscience all the halfway measures, all the 3/8 way measures that Europe is sick of. They also have on their conscience the uncleanest variety of Christianity that exists, and the most incurable and indestructible, Protestantism. If mankind never manages to get rid of Christianity, the Germans will be to blame. 62. With this, I come to a conclusion and pronounce my judgment. I condemn Christianity. I bring against the Christian Church the most terrible of all the accusations that an accuser has ever had in his mouth. It is, to me, the greatest of all imaginable corruptions. It seeks to work the ultimate corruption, the worst possible corruption. The Christian Church has left nothing untouched by its depravity. It has turned every value into worthlessness, and every truth into a lie, and every integrity into baseness of soul. Let anyone dare to speak to me of its humanitarian blessings. Its deepest necessities range it against any effort to abolish distress. It lives by distress. It creates distress to make itself immortal. For example, the worm of sin. It was the Church that first enriched mankind with this misery, the equality of souls before God, this fraud, this pretext for the rancune of the base-minded. this explosive concept, ending in revolution, the modern era, and the notion of overthrowing the whole social order. This is Christian dynamite. The humanitarian blessings of Christianity, forsooth, to breed out of humanitas, a self-contradiction, an art of self-pollution, a will to lie at any price, an aversion and contempt for all the good and honest instincts. All this, to me, is the humanitarianism of Christianity. Parasitism as the only practice of the Church, with its anemic and holy ideals, sucking all the blood, all the love, all the hope out of life. The beyond as the will to deny all reality, the cross as the distinguishing mark of the most subterranean conspiracy ever heard of, against health, beauty, well-being, intellect, kindness of soul, against life itself. This eternal accusation against Christianity I shall write upon all walls, wherever walls are to be found. I have letters that even the blind will be able to see. I call Christianity the one great curse, the one great intrinsic depravity, the one great instinct of revenge, for which no means are venomous enough or secret, subterranean, and small enough. I call it the one immortal blemish upon the human race. And mankind reckons time from the Dies Nefastus, when this fatality befell, from the first day of Christianity. Why not rather from its last, from today? The transvaluation of all values. End the Antichrist by Friedrich Nietzsche. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of England from the Accession of James II by Thomas Babington Macaulay. Book 1, Chapter 1, Part 1. I propose to write the history of England from the accession of King James II down to a time which is within the memory of men still living. I shall recount the errors which, in a few months, alienated a loyal gentry and priesthood from the house of Stuart. I shall trace the course of that revolution which terminated the long struggle between our sovereigns and their parliaments, and bound up together the rights of the people and the title of the reigning dynasty. I shall relate how the new settlement was, during many troubled years, successfully defended against foreign and domestic enemies, how under that settlement the authority of law and the security of property were found to be compatible with a liberty of discussion and of individual action never before known, how from the auspicious union of order and freedom sprang a prosperity of which the annals of human affairs had furnished no example, how our country, from a state of ignominious vassalage, rapidly rose to the place of umpire among European powers, how her opulence and her martial glory grew together, how by wise and resolute good faith was gradually established a public credit, fruitful of marvels which to the statesmen of any former age would have seemed incredible, how a gigantic commerce gave birth to a maritime power, compared with which every other maritime power, ancient or modern, sinks into insignificance, how Scotland, after ages of enmity, was at length united to England, not merely by legal bonds, but by indissoluble ties of interest and affection, how in America the British colonies rapidly became far mightier and wealthier than the realms which Cortes and Pizarro had added to the dominions of Charles V. How in America the British colonies rapidly became far mightier and wealthier than the realms which Cortes and Pizarro had added to the dominions of Charles V. How in Asia British adventurers found an empire not less splendid and more durable than that of Alexander, nor will it be any less my duty faithfully to record disasters mingled with triumphs, and great national crimes and follies far more humiliating than any disaster. It will be seen that even what we justly account our chief blessings were not without alloy. It will be seen that the system which effectually secured our liberties against the encroachments of kingly power gave birth to a new class of abuses from which absolute monarchies are exempt. It will be seen that, in consequence partly of unwise interference and partly of unwise neglect, the increase of wealth and the extension of trade produced, together with immense good, some evils from which poor and rude societies are free. It will be seen how, in two important dependencies of the crown, wrong was followed by just retribution, how imprudence and obstinacy broke the ties which bound the North American colonies to the parent state, how Ireland, cursed by the domination of race over race and of religion over religion, remained indeed a member of the empire, but a withered and distorted member, adding no strength to the body politic, and reproachfully pointed at by all who feared or envied the greatness of England. Yet, unless I greatly deceive myself, the general effect of this checkered narrative will be to excite thankfulness in all religious minds, and hope in the breasts of all patriots. For the history of our country during the last 160 years is eminently the history of physical, of moral, and of intellectual improvement. Those who compare the age on which their lot has fallen with a golden age which exists only in their imagination may talk of degeneracy and decay, but no man who is correctly informed as to the past will be disposed to take a morose or desponding view of the present. I should very imperfectly execute the task which I have undertaken if I were merely to treat of battles and sieges, of the rise and fall of administrations, of intrigues in the palace, and of debates in the Parliament. It will be my endeavour to relate the history of the people as well as the history of the government, to trace the progress of useful and ornamental arts, to describe the rise of religious sects and the changes of literary taste, to portray the manners of successive generations, and not to pass with neglect even the revolutions which have taken place in dress, furniture, repasts, and public amusements. I shall cheerfully bear the reproach of having descended below the dignity of history, if I can succeed in placing before the English of the 19th century a true picture of the life of their ancestors. The events which I propose to relate form only a single act of a great and eventful drama extending through ages, and must be very imperfectly understood unless the plot of the preceding acts be well known. I shall therefore introduce my narrative by a slight sketch of the history of our country from the earliest times. I shall pass very rapidly over many centuries, but I shall dwell at some length on the vicissitudes of that contest which the administration of King James II brought to a decisive crisis. Nothing in the early existence of Britain indicated the greatness which she was destined to attain. Her inhabitants, when first they became known to the Tyrian mariners, were little superior to the natives of the Sandwich Islands. She was subjugated by the Roman arms, but she received only a faint tincture of Roman arts and letters. Of the western provinces which obeyed the Caesars, she was the last that was conquered, and the first that was flung away. No magnificent remains of Latin porches and aqueducts are to be found in Britain. No writer of British birth is reckoned among the masters of Latin poetry and eloquence. It is not probable that the islanders were at any time generally familiar with the tongue of their Italian rulers. From the Atlantic to the vicinity of the Rhine, the Latin has, during many centuries, been predominant. It drove out the Celtic. It was not driven out by the Teutonic. And it is at this day the basis of the French, Spanish, and Portuguese languages. In our island, the Latin appears never to have superseded the old Gaelic speech, and could not stand its ground against the German. The scanty and superficial civilization which the Britons had derived from their southern masters was effaced by the calamities of the 5th century. In the continental kingdoms into which the Roman Empire was then dissolved, the conquerors learned much from the conquered race. In Britain, the conquered race became as barbarous as the conquerors. All the chiefs who founded Teutonic dynasties in the continental provinces of the Roman Empire, Alaric, Theodoric, Clovis, Alboin, were zealous Christians. The followers of Ida and Cerdic, on the other hand, brought to their settlements in Britain all the superstitions of the Elbe, while the German princes who reigned at Paris, Toledo, Arles, and Ravenna listened with reverence to the instructions of bishops, adored the relics of martyrs, and took part eagerly in disputes touching the Nicene theology. The rulers of Wessex and Mercia were still performing savage rites in the temples of Thor and Woden. The continental kingdoms, which had risen on the ruins of the Western Empire, kept up some intercourse with those eastern provinces where ancient civilization, though slowly fading away under the influence of misgovernment, might still astonish and instruct barbarians, where the court still exhibited the splendor of Diocletian and Constantine, where the public buildings were still adorned with the sculptures of Polycletus and the paintings of Apelles, and where laborious pedants, themselves destitute of taste, sense, and spirit, could still read and interpret the masterpieces of Sophocles, of Demosthenes, and of Plato. From this communion Britain was cut off. Her shores were, to the polished race which dwelt by the Bosporus, objects of a mysterious horror, such as that with which the Ionians of the age of Homer had regarded the straits of Scylla, and the city of the Laestrygonian cannibals. Here was one province of our island which, as Procopius has been told, the ground was covered with serpents, and the air was such that no man could inhale it and live. To this desolate region the spirits of the departed were ferried over from the land of the Franks at midnight. A strange race of fishermen performed the ghastly office. The speech of the dead was distinctly heard by the boatmen. Their weight made the keel sink deep in the water, but their forms were invisible to mortal eye. Such were the marvels which an able historian, the contemporary of Belisarius, of Simplicius, and of Tribonian, gravely related in the rich and polite Constantinople, touching the country in which the founder of Constantinople had assumed the imperial purple. Concerning all the other provinces of the Western Empire we have continuous information. It is only in Britain that an age of fable completely separates two ages of truth. Odoacer and Totila, Euric and Thrasimund, Clovis, Burgundia, and Brunechild are historical men and women. But Hengst and Horsa, Vortigern and Rowena, Arthur and Mordred are mythical persons, whose very existence may be questioned, and whose adventures must be classed with those of Hercules and Romulus. At length the darkness begins to break, and the country which had been lost to view as Britain reappears as England. The conversion of the Saxon colonists to Christianity was the first of a long series of salutary revolutions. It is true that the Church had been deeply corrupted both by that superstition and that philosophy against which she had long contended, and over which she had at last triumphed. She had given too easy admission to doctrines borrowed from ancient symbols, and to rites borrowed from the ancient temples. Roman policy and Gothic ignorance, Grecian ingenuity and Syrian aestheticism had contributed to deprave her. Yet she retained enough of the sublime theology and benevolent morality of her earlier days to elevate many intellects and to purify many hearts. Some things also which at a later period were justly regarded among her chief blemishes were, in the 7th century and long afterwards, among her chief merits. That the sacerdotal order should encroach on the functions of the civil magistrate would in our times be a great evil. But that which in an age of good government is an evil, may in an age of grossly bad government be a blessing. It is better that mankind should be governed by wise laws well administered, and by an enlightened public opinion, than by priestcraft. But it is better that men should be governed by priestcraft than by brute violence, by such a prelate as Dunstan than by such a warrior as Penda. A society sunk in ignorance and ruled by mere physical force has great reason to rejoice when a class of which the influence is intellectual and moral rises to ascendancy. Such a class will doubtless abuse its power, but mental power, even when abused, is still a nobler and better power than that which consists merely in corporeal strength. We read in our Saxon chronicles of tyrants who, when at the height of greatness, were smitten with remorse, who abhorred the pleasures and dignities which they had purchased by guilt, who abdicated their crowns, and who sought to atone for their offences by cruel penances and incessant prayers. These stories have drawn forth bitter expressions of contempt from some writers, who, while they boasted of liberality, were in truth as narrow-minded as any monk of the Dark Ages, and whose habit was to apply to all events in the history of the world the standard received in the Parisian society of the 18th century. Yet surely a system which, however deformed by superstition, introduced strong moral restraints into communities previously governed only by vigour of muscle and by audacity of spirit, a system which taught the fiercest and mightiest ruler that he was, like his meanest bondsman, a responsible being, might have seemed to deserve a more respectful mention from philosophers and philanthropists. The same observations will apply to the contempt with which in the last century it was fashionable to speak of the pilgrimages, the sanctuaries, the crusades, and the monastic institutions of the Middle Ages. In times when men were scarcely ever induced to travel by liberal curiosity or by the pursuit of gain, it was better that the rude inhabitant of the north should visit Italy and the East as a pilgrim, than that he should never see anything but those squalid cabins and uncleared woods amidst which he was born. In times when life and when female honour were exposed to daily risk from tyrants and marauders, it was better that the precinct of a shrine should be regarded with an irrational awe, than that there should be no refuge inaccessible to cruelty and licentiousness. In times when statesmen were incapable of forming extensive political combinations, it was better that the Christian nations should be aroused and united for the recovery of the Holy Sepulchre, than that they should, one by one, be overwhelmed by the Mahometan power. Whatever reproach may, at a later period, have been justly thrown on the indolence and luxury of religious orders, it was surely good that, in an age of ignorance and violence, there should be quiet cloisters and gardens, in which the arts of peace could be safely cultivated, in which gentle and contemplative natures could find an asylum, in which one brother could employ himself in transcribing the Aeneid of Virgil, and another in meditating the Analytics of Aristotle, in which he who had a genius for art might illuminate a martyrology or carve a crucifix, and in which he who had a turn for natural philosophy might make experiments on the properties of plants and minerals. Had not such retreats been scattered here and there among the huts of a miserable peasantry, and the castles of a ferocious aristocracy, European society would have consisted merely of beasts of burden and beasts of prey. The Church has many times been compared by divines to the ark of which we read in the book of Genesis, but never was the resemblance more perfect than during that evil time when she alone rode amidst darkness and tempests on the deluge beneath which all the great works of ancient power and wisdom lay entombed, bearing within her that feeble germ from which a second and more glorious civilization was to spring. Even the spiritual supremacy arrogated by the Pope was, in the Dark Ages, productive of far more good than evil. Its effect was to unite the nations of Western Europe in one great commonwealth. What the Olympian chariot course and the Pythian oracle were to all the Greek cities, from Trebizond to Marseille, Rome and her bishop were to all Christians of the Latin communion, from Calabria to the Hebrides. Thus grew up sentiments of enlarged benevolence. Races separated from each other by seas and mountains acknowledged a fraternal tie and a common code of public law. Even in war, the cruelty of the conqueror was not seldom mitigated by the recollection that he and his vanquished enemies were all members of one great confederation. Into this federation our Saxon ancestors were now admitted. A regular communication was opened between our shores and that part of Europe in which the traces of ancient power and policy were yet discernible. Many noble monuments, which have since been destroyed or defaced, still retained their pristine magnificence, and travellers, to whom Livy and Sallust were unintelligible, might gain from the Roman aqueducts and temples some faint notion of Roman history. The dome of Agrippa, still glittering with bronze, the mausoleum of Adrian, not yet deprived of its columns and statues, the Flavian amphitheatre, not yet degraded into a quarry, told to the rude English pilgrims some part of the story of that great civilized world which had passed away. The islanders returned with awe deeply impressed on their half-opened minds, and told the wondering inhabitants of the hovels of London and York that, near the grave of St. Peter, a mighty race, now extinct, had piled up buildings which would never be dissolved till the judgment day. Learning followed in the train of Christianity. The poetry and eloquence of the Augustan age were assiduously studied in Mercian and Northumbrian monasteries. The names of Bede and Alcuin were justly celebrated throughout Europe. Such was the state of our country when, in the 9th century, began the last great migration of the northern barbarians. During many years, Denmark and Scandinavia continued to pour forth innumerable pirates, distinguished by strength, by valour, by merciless ferocity, and by hatred of the Christian name. No country suffered so much from these invaders as England. Her coast lay near to the ports whence they sailed, nor was any shire so far distant from the sea as to be secure from attack. The same atrocities which had attended the victory of the Saxon over the Celt were now, after the lapse of ages, suffered by the Saxon at the hand of the Dane. Civilization, just as it began to rise, was met by this blow and sank down once more. Large colonies of adventurers from the Baltic established themselves on the eastern shores of our island, spread gradually westward, and, supported by constant reinforcements from beyond the sea, aspired to the dominion of the whole realm. The struggle between the two fierce Teutonic breeds lasted through 6 centuries. Each was alternately paramount. Cruel massacres followed by cruel retribution. Provinces wasted, convents plundered, and cities razed to the ground make up the greater part of the history of those evil days. At length the North ceased to send forth a constant stream of fresh depredators, and from that time the mutual aversion of the races began to subside. Intermarriage became frequent. The Danes learned the religion of the Saxons, and thus one cause of deadly animosity was removed. The Danish and Saxon tongues, both dialects of one widespread language, were blended together, but the distinction between the two nations was by no means effaced, when an event took place which prostrated both in common slavery and degradation at the feet of a third people. The Normans were then the foremost race of Christendom. Their valour and ferocity had made them conspicuous among the rovers whom Scandinavia had sent forth to ravage Western Europe. Their sails were long the terror of both coasts of the Channel. Their arms were repeatedly carried far into the heart of the Carlovingian Empire, and were victorious under the walls of Maestricht and Paris. At length, one of the feeble heirs of Charlemagne ceded to the strangers a fertile province, watered by a noble river, and contiguous to the sea, which was their favourite element. In that province they founded a mighty state, which gradually extended its influence over the neighbouring principalities of Brittany and Maine. Without laying aside that dauntless valour which had been the terror of every land from the Elbe to the Pyrenees, the Normans rapidly acquired all, and more than all, the knowledge and refinement which they found in the country where they settled. Their courage secured their territory against foreign invasion. They established internal order such as had long been unknown in the Frank Empire. They embraced Christianity, and with Christianity they learned a great part of what the clergy had to teach. They abandoned their native speech and adopted the French tongue, in which the Latin was the predominant element. They speedily raised their new language to a dignity and importance which it had never before possessed. They found it a barbarous jargon. They fixed it in writing, and they employed it in legislation, in poetry, and in romance. They renounced the brutal intemperance to which all the other branches of the great German family were too much inclined. The polite luxury of the Norman presented a striking contrast to the coarse voracity and drunkenness of his Saxon and Danish neighbours. He loved to display his magnificence, not in huge piles of food and hogsheads of strong drink, but in large and stately edifices, rich armour, gallant horses, choice falcons, well-ordered tournaments, banquets delicate rather than abundant, and wines remarkable rather for their exquisite flavour than for their intoxicating power. That chivalrous spirit, which has exercised so powerful an influence on the politics, morals, and manners of all the European nations, was found in the highest exaltation among the Norman nobles. Those nobles were distinguished by their graceful bearing and insinuating address. They were distinguished also by their skill in negotiation, and by a natural eloquence which they assiduously cultivated. It was the boast of one of their historians that the Norman gentlemen were orators from the cradle, but their chief fame was derived from their military exploits. Every country, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Dead Sea, witnessed the prodigies of their discipline and valour. One Norman knight, at the head of a handful of warriors, scattered the Celts of Connaught. Another founded the monarchy of the two Sicilies, and saw the emperors both of the East and of the West fly before his arms. A third, the Ulysses of the first crusade, was invested by his fellow soldiers with the sovereignty of Antioch, and a fourth, the Tancred, whose name lives on in the great poem of Tasso, was celebrated through Christendom as the bravest and most generous of the deliverers of the Holy Sepulchre. End of Part 1.